안녕하세요. 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 어서오세요. 오늘도 방송 제목을 안 바꿨네. 깜빡하고 방송 제목을 안 바꿨네요. 오늘은 스프를 할 생각인데 빠빠. 파티가 없네요. 파티를 구하려고 하는데 디스코드에서 벌판 파티가 없어요. 그래서 일단 어쩔 수 없지만 사냥 시작하는 걸로 하고 이걸 사놨다가 몇 개까지 살 수 있지 이거? 1시간 다가 1시간 파티 구하면 경험치 쿠폰을 4개 다 쓰는 걸로 하고 업 좀 많이 할 것 같은데 지금은 그냥 파티 구하는 동안 솔플하러 가서 솔플하면서 파티가 생길 때까지 기다리는 게 좋을 것 같아요. 와 이거 뭐지? 메이플 실드다. 오, 저거 실드 뭐죠? 실드 은근히 멋있는데 저거. 일단 캐시 실드네. 메이플 실드인 줄 알았는데. 같이 하면 재밌어. 약간의 구라를 좀 섞어서 VPN 키기 귀찮으니까. 그럼 잡을. 오른쪽 님도 그냥 잡던다. 아, 여기 쿨하시네 이분. 개미굴 스타일. 그러게요. 아니, 어떤 분들은 그냥 지나가다가 몇 대만 툭툭 쳐도 되게 안 좋아하시거든요. 이분은 쿨하시네. 일단 빈섭이 많으면 개념, 약간 고정 개념이 빈섭이 많고 자리 경쟁이 치열하지 않으면 지나가다가 툭툭 치거나 같이 사냥하면 별로 신경 안 쓰겠지라고 생각하는데 어떤 분들은 굉장히 싫어하시더라고요. 근데 생각해보면 내가 만약 거기서 득템을 노리고 3, 4, 5 이렇게 굉장히 오랜 시간 동안 사냥을 하고 있었는데 그냥 아무도 모르는 지나가는 사람이어서 툭툭 치고 가면은 괜히 거슬릴 것 같기도 해요. 예전에 어디였지? 시길이 아니지. 마가티아였나? 마가티아의 걔네 아이언 뮤테에서 아이언인가 미스릴 뮤테인가 투민 60%를 주는데 거기서 파밍하고 계시던 분이 예, 굉장히 싫어하시더라고요. 막 나가던 사람이 툭툭 치고 가면. 주차하고 운동 왔다. 오케이, 알겠습니다. 기다리고 있을게요, 플랑크님. 차버리나 하죠. 하이하이, 어서오세요. 첫사랑 한국 여자인가요? 첫사랑이라. 첫사랑은 미국 여자였던 것 같은데. 어렸을 때 한국에서 떠났으니까 15살, 16살 여자친구가 그 나이 때 사랑을 알겠습니까? 그냥 친구지 뭐. 한국 여자랑 연애 해봤냐? 나이 어릴 때 해봤죠. 그리고 한국을 놀러 나갈 때마다 놀러 나갈 때마다는 아니지만 가끔 놀러 갔을 때 이제 친척 동생이랑 밖에 나가고 그러면 여자 만나고 하잖아요. 그럴 때 잠깐 보고, 연애까지는 아니더라도 잠깐 만나서 이제 친구처럼 지내고 그래 본 적은 있죠. 근거리 직업을 좋아하시는군요. 비주류의 직업도 좋아하고 근거리만 좋아하는 게 아니라 사수도 좋아하기 때문에 사람들이 안 하는 타입의 직업을 좋아하는 것 같아요. 제가 제가 이제 그 analyze 해봤을 때 내 자신을 거울로 봤을 때 저는 그냥 비주류 직업을 좋아하는 것 같아요. 사람들이 안 하는. 아 뜨거 씨. 두두두두 두두두두. 마우스가 안 움직이는데? 조니파더님 어린 시절 메이플 할 때는 어떤 직업을 하셨나요? 어렸을 때는 다양한 직업을 많이 했는데 한참 애기 때라 많은 것들이 하고 싶잖아요. 한 가지를 정해놓고는 하고. 마우스가 렉이 걸리지? 근데 제일 많이 키운 거? 한 레벨 90 몇 가지 키운 건 용기사? 60 몇 헌터도 키워봤고, 다른 직업들은 다 이제 한 레벨 20, 30까지 키우고 말고 많이 바꿨던 것 같아요. 하나를 정해놓고 키우지 못하고. 그 중에서 이제 용기사는 90 몇 가지 키워봤어요. 한 가지만 진득하니 하셈. 한국인은 몰두한다. 저도 몰두하는 걸 그게 좋다고 생각해요. 어차피 이제 직업이 질리다고 바꿔봤자 그 직업도 질리게 되고 계속 바꾸게 되니까. 남의 떡이 더 맛있어 보인다라는 말이 있잖아요. 근데 어렸을 때는 한참 애기 때라 끈기가 없죠. 인내심하고. 결국 감기 심해지셨나요? 아직까지 잘 모르겠어요. 이게 목이 가래가 끼고 아프기는 한데 열은 없고 그렇게 심하게 독감처럼 심한 증상은 보이지 않고 있거든요. 다행히도. 다행이죠. 방송하면서 목 아프면 큰일인데 말도 못하고. 근데 요즘 들어서 컴퓨터가 많이 이상해요. 왜 이런지 모르겠는데 마우스도 안 움직이고 가끔가다 렉도 많이 걸리고. 옛날에는 그거 아시죠? 2000년도에 컴퓨터가 좀 말썽 피운다? 가서 인기도를 왜 내리지? 인기도 내리고 째는데요 이분? 내가 뭐 나쁜 짓을 했나? 옛날에는 컴퓨터에 문제가 있다? 그러면 바로 이제 컴퓨터 들고 가서 애기 때 본체 들고 가서 컴퓨터 그 포맷 해주시는 아저씨 찾아가지고 돈 몇만 원 내고 컴퓨터 포맷 시키는 거 그거 진짜 간단히 집에서도 할 수 있거든요. 근데 그때는 거의 새 컴퓨터를 얻은 듯한 그 느낌. 난 또 내가 뭐 실수한 줄 알았네. 인썸님 안녕하세요. 한국인이에요. 한국 사람입니다. 아욤님 어서오세요 방송에. 맞아, 포맷 해주는 아저씨 제가 기억하기로는 한 2-3만원 받은 것 같은데 포맷 한 번 하는데 그거 포맷 하는데 이거 진짜 쉽거든요. 한번 알아 방법을 알면 굉장히 쉬운데 포맷 하는 게 거의 애기들한테 삥 뜯었죠 아저씨가. (6만원) 포맷비 너무 비싸. 근데 그건 최근 가격이잖아요 그쵸? 최근에 있던 가격이고 옛날에는 한 3만원 2만원 정도 했거든요. 그것도 엄청 비싼 거라. 그때는 라면이 500원이었으니까 집 앞에 있는 떡꼬치가 500원. 근데 포맷하는 아저씨가 돈을 2만원이나 달래요 컴퓨터 포맷하는데. 근데 애기 땐 내가 뭘 알아. 그냥 엄마한테 컴퓨터 고장났다 고쳐야 한다 2만원만 달라 그러면 2만원 받고 가서 포맷 하는 거죠. 그때 아마 최저시급이 3,000원 이럴 때이니까. 부모님 중 한국인 있나요? 저희 어머님이 한국인입니다. 어머님 쪽 가족이 다 한국에 있어요. 그게 참 웃긴 게 질문이 지금 백인 여자친구 사귀었을 때 백인 여자친구가 혼혈인 거 알아보냐라고 물어보셨는데 이게 참 혼혈인 인생이 흥미로운 게 한국에 가면은 어디 나라 사람이냐고 백인이라고 이제 백인이냐고 많이 물어보고 여러분들이 저한테 한국인 맞냐고 이렇게 물어보듯이 미국에서 생활하게 되면은 또 미국에서도 어디 나라 사람이냐고 물어봐요. 중동 사람이냐 멕시칸 사람이냐 뭔가 한국인 그 아시안 계열 느낌은 있는데 어딘지 잘 모르겠다. 어딜 가든 이게 짬뽕이다 보니까 못 알아보시는 분들이 굉장히 많아요. 마우스가 안 움직여. 아 잠시만요. 마우스 좀 고쳐야 되겠다 이거. Yo, that's Hola, what's up, man? 래퍼 퓨처도 어머니 한국인이다. 에? 래퍼 퓨처 아 그런가? 생각해보니까 약간 동양인처럼 생기긴 했네. 근데 맨날 선글라스 끼고 다녀서 잘 모르겠어요. 아니 걔 선글라스 끼는 이유가 설마 그렇긴 하네. 한 동양인처럼 생기긴 했네. Is rapper Future South Korean? 구글링 해봐야 되겠다. 아니라는데요? 아 맞구나. He's partially Korean American. 근데 약간 생김새가 좀 뭐라고 해야 되지? 한국인 느낌이 있긴 하네. 보여드릴까요? 해야 되나? 동양인 같이 생기긴 했어, 그쵸? 동양인 흑인 같이 생기긴 했네요. 몰랐는데 Yeah, Future's partially Korean apparently. I never knew. Because he always wears sunglasses. I never knew he was I would have never guessed. 영어 잘하고 싶으시면 구독하시고 방송 보러 오시면 됩니다. 반은 한국인인데 니가를 하다니. 한국말로 니가 하는 거 아닐까요? 근데 그 니가라는 단어가 약간 인싸다. 그럼 백인이든 멕시칸이든 맞습니다. 쫄지만 않으면 돼요. 저도 고등학생 때 니가 하고 다녔는데 무슨 흑인들 친구 있으면은 흑인 친구들 없어도 써도 돼요. 쫄지만 않으면 돼. 그거 니가 했다고 정치하는 사람들이, 정치질 하는 사람들이 나쁜 사람들이지. 동양인이 하면 좀 안 좋지 않나요? 이제 나이가 먹으면 아무래도 이제 30살이 진입하고 나면 유치하고 좀 뭐라고 해야 될지 그 약간 미성숙한 면이 있죠. 나이 30살인데 니가 하고 다니면 철없어, 철 안 든 거 보이고. 건발 하이. 내 친척 동생, 내가 말 많이 하는 우리 동생. 우리도 컬러 핏볼, 우리가 남이. 뭐 다 이제 따져보면 다 황인 아니겠습니까? 색이 약간 다를 뿐이지, 톤이 다를 뿐이지. 백인도 다른 톤의 황인이에요. 황인. 이 동양인도 황인이고, 흑인들은 이제 정말 까무잡잡하신 분들은 엄청 까무잡잡하고, 근데 대부분 흑인이라고 해서 흑인이 아니라 흑인들도 되게 이제 라이트한 흑인이 있거든요. 내일 쉬는 날이라 자기 전에 잠깐 구경 왔다. 결혼 생활은 잘하고 있어? 집에 들어갔어 이미? 이사 간 거야 그럼? 백인은 황인이 아닌 듯하다. 백인은 투명해서 피가 다 보인다. 그래도 노랑색이에요 피부는. 정말 밖에 안 나가면은 우리 한국 사람들도 햇빛을 안 받으면은 되게 이제 백인 스킨이 피부가 이제 피부가 햇빛을 안 받으면은 아무래도 더 하얄 수는 있는데, 밖에서 활동하고 활동하고 밖에 조금만 나가도 햇빛을 받으면 다 황인이 돼요. 어느 정도에. 우리처럼, 그러니까 다른 톤이라고 보시면 돼요. 우리 아시아는 조금 더 누런 황인 느낌이 좀 들긴 하고, 백인들은 약간 라이트한 황인? 스킨을 이렇게 맞대면 저랑, 이쪽 팔은 아니겠지만 저랑 큰 차이가 없어요 진짜. 명절 지나고 들어간다. 이제 시작이네. 이제 시작이다. 서로 많이 이해하고, 섭섭한 얘기 하지 말고 네가 많이 이해하고 그래야 할 거야. 여러분, 결혼 생활을 하고 나다 보면 정말 느끼는 게, 옳고 틀리고가 중요한 게 아니라 내가 내 파트너를 얼마나 사랑하는 만큼에 따라 많이 져주고 이해해주는 게 필요하답니다. 그게 제일 중요한 것 같아요. 내가 맞는 것 같아도 그냥 져주고 많이 참고. 흑인들은 근데 진짜 착한 것 같다. 호기심도 많고 귀여움. 그래요? 흑인분들이 이제 제가 느끼는 건 굉장히 끼도 많고 발랄하고 좀 그런 것 같아요. 구독자 곧 1000명이네. 감사. 이제 1000명 되면은 계속 쭉 뛰어야지. 1000명이 이제 100명만 더 구독하시면 1000명이 되는데, 와이프분이 방송은 안 보시나요? 와이프분 보죠? 주로 들어와서 이모티콘 날리고 가는 게 제 와이프예요. 들어와서 별로 말 없고 그냥 내 멤버니까 와이프는 이모티콘 막 날리고 저한테 말하고 나가는 게 케이리 비에가스라고 있는데, 이거 봐, 이렇게 원래 물어보는 게 예의입니다. 이분 예의가 바르시네. 그쵸? 솔직히 그냥 와서 잡아도 뭐라고 안 했을 텐데. 저 사는 오피스텔 아랫집 흑인 여자 사는데 친해져서 밥이나 술 한잔 하자고 하더라고요. 근데 뚱뚱해서 거절했다. 아니, 그런 건 거절하지 말고 그냥 친하게 지내시는 게 어떤지. 친구처럼 지내면 되잖아요. 영어 공부하고 싶다고 하지 않으셨나? 아까? 아닌가? 다른 분이셨나? 너무 1차원적으로 생각하지 마시고 남자라서 남자적으로 생각하시게 되는 것 같은데, 그냥 친구처럼 지내도 그 흑인 여자분한테 우리 한국에 대해서 많이 보여주고 가르쳐주고, 네? 문화도 알려주면은 나중에 그 흑인 여자분이 미국을 가서 미국에 있는 친구들한테 와, 한국 사람들 굉장히 친절하다, 친하게 지냈던 친구가 있다, 그러면 그때는 이제 날씬하고 예쁜 라티나가 와서 그럴 기회가 생기는 거잖아요. 우주님한테는 아니더라도 우주님 아들, 딸, 아니면 나중에 후배나 그런 분들한테 기회가 생길 수 있게끔. Did someone get catfished? No, nobody got catfished. He said one of the viewers said that he lives in Korea and there's a black woman that lives under his apartment complex, and she asked him to go have dinner with him just to hang out and have some alcohol, and he said no because she's too fat. And I told him that maybe he shouldn't think preemptively that she's hitting on him, that maybe he should take his time to introduce her the culture and stuff. 친구로 지낼 수 있는데 접근하는 스타일이 약간 이성적으로 다가와서 거절한 거다. 이성적으로 다가왔다. 그러면 뭐 거절할 수도 있죠. 너무 그러지 마세요, 여러분. 근데 이제 사람마다 취향이 있는 거고, 그쵸? 저는 그냥 웃으라고 한 얘기니까. 저도 이제 나이가 좀 어렸더라면 거절했을 것 같은데, 그리고 귀찮잖아요, 솔직히. 나도 사람 만나는 거 별로 안 좋아해요. 귀찮고 고쳐야 되는 범이긴 한데, 뭔가 편한 것만 하게 되잖아요. 나이가 먹으면 먹을수록 내가 익숙하고 편한 것만. 다 이해하고, 나중에는 물론 저도 배워야 하고 나도 해야 할 점이지만 우리 모두 다 그쵸? 내가 이성적으로 끌리지 않는 여자라고 해도 다음에 만나면 인사하고 웃어주면서 인사하면 좋을 것 같아요. 그나저나 이번에 이벤트가 진행 중이라서 빨리 시프를 3차를 하고 싶은데 (3차를) 찍어야 약간 혈이 뚫릴 것 같거든요 시프가. 자꾸 세비지만 쓰니까 뭔가 루즈함이 있는 것 같아요. 제 와이프도 옛날에 저 만나기 전에 한국을 나가서 이제 한양대학교를 잠깐 다녔는데 아무래도 그때는 한참 젊을 때이고 한 6년 전이니까 20대 중반? 그때쯤이거든요. 한참 팔팔할 때. 그때 남자들한테 작업이 엄청 많이 들어왔대요. 미국에는 그런 코리안 남자들의 밈이 있거든요. 약간 밈 아시죠 여러분? 이 한국 남자들 대상으로 한 밈이 있는데 미국하고 이제 미국에 사는 외국인 여자가 한국인 남자 대상으로 만든 밈. Are you open mind? 그러면서 Do you live alone? 홍대 가이 아니면 강남 가이 이런 멋지게 잘 꾸미고 입고 나온 남자들이 클럽이나 밤늦게 외국인 여성분들 대상으로 Are you open mind? 이러면서 You live alone? 같이 놀래 오늘 밤? 이런 식으로. 근데 이런 식으로 작업하는 게 참 웃기면서 뭔가 노골적으로 하는 게 재밌는 것 같기는 해요. 미국은 약간 그런 게 없거든요. 미국 남자들은 정말 못해요 작업을. 우리 한국 남자들 보면 작업 진짜 잘 거는데 여자들도 솔직히 그런 걸 원하거든요. 근데 이제 어떻게 접근을 원하냐의 차이가 있는 건데 접근할 때 이제 막 별로 이렇게 자신 없고 미국 남자들이 약간 그래요. 정말 자신 없고 접근을 할 때도 그냥 바로 그냥 그거 알죠? 미국식 스타일에 막 춤추면서 골반을 갖다가 여자한테 밀어붙이면서 막 댄스하는 거 클럽 가가지고 그럼 받아주는 여자가 한 10% 있다면 90%는 아 뭐하냐고 가라고 냄새난다고 이러거든요. 근데 우리 한국 사람들은 되게 노골적이면서 친절하고 예의를 갖춘 그쵸? 물어보는 거니까 그게 문제가 없잖아요. 너 오픈 마인드냐? 나 너 마음에 든다. 오늘 밤 같이 할래? 이렇게 물어보는 건 전혀 문제가 안 되기 때문에 거기서 이제 여자가 예민하게 반응하면 그건 여자 문제고 그쵸? 안 그러겠습니까? 전 그렇게 생각하는데 하여튼 그런 밈이 있습니다. 우리 한국 남자들이 외국인 여자들한테 이제 멋지게 K-팝 남자처럼 꾸미고 가가지고 외국인 여자들이 한국에 나가는 이유가 뭐겠어요? 이제 K-문화, 우리 한국 문화가 많이 퍼져가지고 한국 남자들 만나러 가는 거가 아니거나 그 이유가 많지 않겠습니까? 특히 이제 나이트클럽이나 밤에 길거리 나가면 자기의 이제 짝을 찾으러 나가는 건데 같이 놀 친구를. 거기서 이제 그런 밈이 있어요. 미국에는 한국 남자들 대상으로 Are you open guy? 한국 남자 전 세계적으로 유명하다. 발정남. 그건 어디 남자나 다 똑같아서 10대, 20대, 30대 다 똑같죠. 남자는 뭐. 일본에서 사귈 것처럼 하다가 뛰는 남자들 많아서 문제다. 근데 다 그래요. 그것도 다 그래요. 어느 나라든. 저도 엄청 많이 봤는데 그게 일본 문제뿐만 아니라 한국에서도 분명 그런 남자가 있을 거고 미국에도 그런 남자 많이 봤고. 그러니까 여자들이 마음의 상처를 너무 많이 받아가지고 남자를 혐오하게 되고 그런 케이스도 많이 봤거든요. 여자는 순진하게 남자한테 마음을 줬는데 근데 낚여가지고 한 2달 정도 재밌게 놀다가 남자가 문제는 네가 아닌 것 같고 나인 것 같아 이러면서 떠나버리는. 여자는 뭐지? 하면서 그 뒤로는 남자를 혐오하게 되고 그런 케이스를 너무 많이 봤기 때문에. 한국 여자들이 리액션이 외국 남자들에 비해 별로라서 외국 여자들에 비해 별로라서 외국 여자들을 좋아하긴 한다. 그리고 우리 한국 여자들은 저도 이제 20대 때 한국 나가면은 그 한국 여자들을 많이 접해봤는데 좀 많이 맞춰줘야 하고 껄끄럽긴 하더라고요. 상대하기가. 지금이 특히 한국 남자에 대한 호기심이 최고일 때라 특히 많아진 것 같다. 지금 요즘 K 문화가 확 퍼지면서 저는 이제 미국에서 살았던 사람이다 보니까 인스타그램이나 이런 데 보면은 다 외국인 여자들 어렸을 때 고등학교 때부터 알고 지내던 친구들이나 아니면 사회생활 하면서 만난 친구들이 인스타그램에 많은데 거기 있는 여자애들도 요즘 엄청나게 한류의 열풍이 터지면서 뭐 K-pop 데몬 헌터스, 오징어 게임, 그쵸? 그리고 또 뭐가 있지? 아시아 100, 피지컬 100. 그리고 또 재밌는 거 하나 나왔었는데. 하여튼 이런 K 문화에 그 엔터테인먼트가 확 퍼지면서 K 드라마도 요즘 넷플릭스에 엄청 많이 있거든요. 미국에서도. K 드라마라는 장르가 따로 있어요. 미국 넷플릭스에. 옛날에는 VPN 써가지고 한국 IP로 연결해야만 K 드라마나 K 문화의 엔터테인먼트를 즐길 수 있었는데 요즘은 안 그렇거든요. 넷플릭스 들어가면은 코리안 드라마라고 딱 장르가 있어요. 따로. 거기 가면 이제 한국에 나오는 드라마 쫙 다 나오고. 넷플릭스가 아무래도 우리 한국인들의 그 드라마의 그런 걸 이제 인정해주고 많이 협력을 하는 것 같은데 우리 한국과. 근데 그런 게 이제 퍼지면서 제가 주변에 알던 미국인 여자애들도 막 이제 그런 거에 빠지는 거예요. 한국 드라마와 이런 거에. 약간 망상이긴 하죠. 한국 드라마에 나오는 남자들은 엄청 화장하고 꾸미고 나오고 이제 대본을 읽어가면서 약간 여자들이 망상에 빠지기 쉽게끔 그런 쪽으로 나오는데 그거를 바라고 한국을 가서 실망하시는 분들도 꽤 있더라고. 지금이 남자가 져주다가 지친 케이스는 어떻게 생각하냐. 그게 정말 좋은 질문인데 남자가 이제 계속 져주다가 지치는 케이스. 그러니까 제가 아까 말했다시피 결혼 생활이나 연애 생활 할 때 중요한 게 옳고 다르다, 옳고 틀리다를 떠나서 내가 정말 이 사람을 사랑한다 하면 내가 맞다고 생각할 때도 져주는 게 중요하다고 생각해요. 저는 그렇게 생각하지 않고 뭔가 고집 부리면서 이건 내가 맞는데 네가 틀렸다 이걸 계속 고집하다 보면은 상대방이 분명히 지치고 그 사람도 이제 져주는 거거든요. 내가 고집을 계속 하게 되면. 그러니까 유연하게 져줄 수도 있고 져야 할 때도 있고 그렇게 생각하는데 이게 한쪽만 지다 보면은 지치는 것 같아요. 그러니까 여자도 잘 만나야 되는 게 이거를 인지하고 같이 사는 게 얼마나 힘들고 남자 2명이서 베프끼리 같이 살아도 굉장히 힘든데 저는 룸메 생활을 많이 해봤거든요. 근데 내가 정말 좋은 친한 친구 남자애랑 같이 룸메를 해봐도 같이 살다 보면은 틀린 점이 분명히 나오게 돼 있어요. 머리 부딪히는 점도 생기고 그쵸? 여러분도 아실 거예요. 룸메가 있으셨다면 부모랑도 싸우는데 나를 케어해주는 부모랑도 머리를 부딪히는데 그러니까 이제 결혼 생활을 시작하게 되고 그걸 다 하기 전에 이 여자가 나랑 맞는지 그리고 내가 이제 남자로서 그리고 남자로서가 아니더라도 한 사람으로서 인간으로서 이건 내가 맞다라고 할 때 존중을 해줄 수 있는지 서로 존중해주는 것도 정말 중요한 것 같고 왜냐면 져주기 싫으면은 이게 뜻이 뭐냐면 나는 이 사람한테 져주기 싫어 나는 내가 옳는 것 같고 내 상대방은 틀린 것 같아 이렇게 생각하는 게 일단 첫 번째로 고집을 부리는 거고 두 번째로는 그 사람을 존중하지 않는다라는 거거든요. 그러니까 제가 예를 한번 들어볼게요. 이게 수학은 1 더하기 1은 2는 당연히 2잖아요. 근데 그런 걸 떠나서 인생에 살 때 나는 정말 이게 맞다고 생각하는데 그게 아닐 때가 있거든요. 예를 들자면 아기를 키우는 입장으로서 아기가 처음 나왔을 때 나는 나의 바탕과 내 와이프의 바탕이 인생을 살아온 바탕이 너무 다르기 때문에 저는 우리 어머님이 가르쳐준 그리고 우리 어머님이 나를 기른 기억과 바탕과 경험으로 아기가 아플 때는 이렇게 해야 된다 이렇게 하는 게 맞다 너가 하는 건 틀리다 이렇게 What's up Saga? Good morning man. Welcome to the stream. 이렇게 얘기를 하게 되면은 그게 유연성이 없는 거죠. 그러니까 고집을 부리는 거죠 한편으론. 그럴 때는 져줘야 할 때도 있고 그럴 때는 이제 내가 많이 서로 져줄 필요가 있고 그게 이제 어느 정도 서로 져주다 보면 느낌이 와요. 아 이게 내가 맞아서 와이프가 져준 게 아니라 나를 어느 정도 존중을 해주고 그래서 나를 양보를 해주는 시기구나 그런 느낌이 많이 받아요 저는 개인적으로. 그래서 그걸 느끼기 때문에 가끔은 내가 이건 맞는 것 같은데도 그냥 네가 옳다고 생각하는 길로 한번 해보자 그리고 안 되면 내가 했던 길로 해보자 이런 커뮤니케이션도 굉장히 중요하고 나를 존중해주는 여자를 만나는 것도 굉장히 중요하고 그래서 플랑크님이 여쭤보신 남자가 져주다가 지친 케이스는 어떠냐 이게 한국 남자의 특징인 것 같은데 한국 남자들은 여자들한테 굉장히 잘해주는 것 같아요. 제가 봤을 때도 정말 이제 여자들한테 잘해주는 게 한국 남자라고 생각하는데 그럴 때는 뭐 계속 져주다가 지치면 떠나야죠. 뭐 어떡하겠습니까. 여자를 잘못 만난 건데 그건 나를 존중해주지 않고 내가 하는 말에 자꾸 이제 대꾸라기보다는 뭔가 내 얘기를 들어주려고 하지 않는 사람이랑 같이 살다 보면은 너무 스트레스가 받기 때문에 그리고 나를 무시한다는 경향이 들기 때문에 그때는 이제 제가 이런 말 하긴 죄송하지만 결혼을 잘못한 거죠. 여자랑. 객관적으로 봤을 때 보통 남자가 져주는 경우가 많을까요? 그쵸? 우리 한국 남자들은 져주는 경우가 굉장히 많고 남자들이 너무 착하기 때문에 한국 남자들이 굉장히 착하고 여자들한테 잘해주려고 하는 것 같은데 이게 제 생각엔 왜 그러냐면 눈높이가 너무 높아서 그런 것 같아요. 여자들이 남자들한테 이제 보통 기대는 것도 엄청 많고 기준치가 너무 높고, 그쵸? 우리 한국 남자들한테 기대는 게 너무 많은 것 같아. 내가 볼 때는 미국에서는 약간 그런 식이 아니거든요. 없는 대로 살고 그냥 우리의 급에 맞게끔 여자와 남자가 사랑을 한다? 그럼 여자들이 약간 철이 더 들었다고 보거든요. 미국에는 없는 대로 살면서 우리가 가진 것만큼 우리 급에 맞게 그렇게 노는 여자들이 굉장히 많은데, 한국은 아무래도 제가 봤을 때는 나라가 굉장히 작고 축소돼 있기 때문에, 그리고 서울에 많이 모집돼 있고, 그쵸? 서울에 많이 모여서 살다 보니까 내 이웃이랑 나랑 비교를 하게 되고, 그리고 같은 동네에 사는데도 저 사람은 벤츠를 타는데 왜 우리는 현대를 탈까, 현대차를 탈까, 아니면 럭셔리 차를 못 타나, 이런 걸 계속 비교를 하게 되기 때문에, 일단 여자들이 미국에서는 그런 여자들도 많긴 하지만 그런 걸 많이 생각하고 자기 급에 맞게 놀면서 뭔가 보여주는 식으로 인생을 살기보다는 남한테 우리 급에 맞게 행복을 다른 면에서 찾는, 우리만의 조그만 뭐를 꾸미고 조그만한 삶을 꾸미고 애기 낳으면서 애기를 바라보며 애기에 집중하면서 키우는 사람들이 굉장히 많은 것 같아요. 그러다 보면은 이제 어떻게 되겠습니까? 사람이 자기 관리를 덜 하게 되겠죠? 그게 이제 보여주는 것 같아요. 미국에는 굉장히 이제 한 나이 30, 40대 들어가면은 사람들이 민폐해지고 자기 관리를 많이 안 하게 되고, 왜냐면 그런 거에 이제 중요성을 못 느끼다 보니까 행복을 느끼는 데가 내 관리와 보여주는 식에서 이제 행복을 느끼는 게 아니라 그냥 나만의 조그마한 가족 안에서 애기 키우는 해피? 그런 쪽에서 이제 행복을 느끼기 때문에 자기 관리도 덜하게 되는 것 같고, 뭔가 self-centered이 안 되는 것 같죠. 이기적인 면이 좀 없어지기는 하죠. 그걸 뭐라고 하지? 이기적인 게 아니라 self-centered가 이기적이고 아니고 한국말이 잘 기억이 안 나는데, 하여튼 그런 것 같아요. 그러니까 저도 이제 아무래도 나이가 30대 초반이다 보면은 주변 친구들이나 주변 지인들이 다 30살이잖아요. 다 30대쯤 되는데, 이때쯤 되면은 많은 친구들 그리고 가족들이 결혼 생각을 하고 가정을 꾸리고 싶어 하는 나이대라, 내가 조심스럽게 딱 하나만 얘기하는 게, 지인들한테 한번 살아봐라. 같이 결혼하기 전에 한번 같이 몇 개월만이라도 살아본 다음에 그 뒤에 결혼을 결정해라. 미국은 결혼 한번 하게 되면은 이혼하는데 돈이 엄청 많이 들거든요. Is this GMS? This is KMS. This server is called MapleLand. 근데 사람이 원래 내가 사랑하는 사람이던 아니면 그냥 친한 사람이던 친구던 곧바로 룸메가 되자, 아니면 곧바로 이제 같이 살면 우린 행복할 거야. 밖에서는 굉장히 내가 친한 베프더라도 엄청나게 친하게 지낼 수 있는 친구라고 하더라도 같이 사는 건 엄청나게 다른 거거든요. 그래서 뭐 다른 거는 이제 그냥 나만의 생각이고, 정말 이거 하나만은 권유하고 싶다라는 게 있다면 한번 살아봐라. 같이 살아보고 6개월 정도 한번 살아보고 마음이 맞는지, 그리고 이 사람이랑 난 같이 살 수 있겠다라고 생각이 드는지 한번 그걸 먼저 해보고 결혼하라고 말을 해요, 저는. 근데 미국은 또 나라가 아무래도 기독교 나라이기 때문에 많은 여자들이 기독교를 따라요. 근데 기독교에서 나오는 말이, 여자들한테 하는 말이, 결혼하기 전에는 남자랑 살지 말라, 이런 쪽에 그 말이 있는데, 여자는 무조건 결혼을 해야. 근데 이것도 은근히 여자가 고집 부리는 거죠. 기독교를 따른다고, 또 다 개구라인 게, 기독교를 따른다고 하면서 기독교 그 성경에는 분명히 여자한테 결혼하기 전에는 그 성적인 행동을 하지 말라라고 이렇게 나오는데, 결혼 얘기만 나오면은 미국 여자들은 아니 나는 성경에서 결혼하기 전에 다른 남자 집에 들어가지 말라고 했는데 이건 좀 아닌 것 같다. 그때는 이제 다투는 거죠. 야 너는 무슨 그런 걸 고집하고 있냐. 이미 다 나랑 잠자리도 했고 여태까지 시원하게 놀았으면서 이제 와서 무슨 성경에서 뭐 이런 소리 하고 있냐. 한국 여자들은 지풀도 없으면서 없는 돈 끌어다가 자기 관리 다 하고 인스타에서만 반짝이는 삶인 척하다 하는 여자들이 참 많다. 그쵸? 저도 그런 것 같아요. 한국 여자들을 봤을 때 좀 다는 물론 안 그렇겠지만 비교를 하자면 미국 여자들보다 조금 더 그 있는 척 많이 하고 인스타그램에서 삶을 산다? 그러는 것 같아요. 아니 근데 친척 동생은 동거하다가 결혼 가는 거예요. 친척 동생은 제가 이런 말을 해도 일단 자기 삶은 지 삶이니까 지가 알아서 하는 거죠. 제가 이런 말을 한다고 안 따르던 말던 그냥 내가 조언을 해주는 거고, 조언을 따르던 말던 그건 자기만의 결정이니까. 들한테 좋은 쪽으로만 따른다. 감히 남자들이 하는 일에 참견하지 말라는 성경, 그러니까 그게 이제 그런 느낌의 말이 있기는 한데, 그러니까 여자들은 남자를 배우해라 이런 쪽으로 돼 있는 말이 있는데, 그것도 아마 제가 느끼기에는 똑같은 말인 것 같아요. 왜냐면 둘 다 고집부리고 우두머리 노릇을 하게 되면은, 잠깐만요. Thank you. Bye bye. Already? Okay. Hey, drive safe. Okay, love you. 그게 아무래도 둘 다 우두머리 노릇을 하려고 하다 보면은 어쩔 수 없이 싸우게 되니까 여자한테 남자를 배우하라 라는 그런 뜻으로 이해를 하시면 되는 것 같아요. 한국말 되게 잘하신다. 그렇게 잘하진 않아요. 아직 많이 모자르긴 해요. Hey Mercy, what's up man? Welcome to the stream. 여러분들도 느끼시는 게 우리 한국 남자들이 굉장히, 저도 많이 느끼는데 한국 사람들이 많이 착하기는 한데 전체적으로 통합적으로 굉장히 정도 많고 착한 사람들이 많은데, 저는 여자보다 남자들이 좀 더 착하다고 생각하거든요. 정도 많고. 그래서 여자가 진짜 배우 노릇을 잘하고 그러면, 물론 나쁜 남자들도 많지만 제 경험상 여자가 남자한테 배우도 잘해주고 잘 대접해줄수록 남자가 여자한테 그만큼 더 사랑하게 되고 더 잘해주게 되는 것 같아요. 그래서 저는 느끼는 게, 그게 성경에서는 분명히 이제 여자를 많이 축소시키고 서열 같은 거를 정리를 해서 남자가 우두머리고 그 위에는 하나님이 있고 그 밑에는 여자가 남자를 배우한다 라고 이런 식으로 서열 정리가 돼 있는데, 그게 딱 대놓고 보면은 왜 남자가 여자보다 위에 있다? 이거 이상한데? 이렇게 느끼실 수 있겠지만, 그게 집안에 있는 평화와, 그리고 제가 볼 땐 그렇게 느끼거든요. 집안의 평화와, 그리고 평화와 또 다른 말이 뭐가 있을까? 약간 평화와 비슷한 말. 집안의 평화를 위해서 그게 굉장히 좋은 말이라고 생각해요. 근데 남자가 그만큼, 근데 이게 분명히 그게 한 80% 정도 남자가 그만큼 여자한테 배우를 받고 대우를 잘 받으면 그만큼 열심히 살려고 하고 그만큼 여자를 사랑하게 되고, 그런 남자가 80%라면 90%라면 나머지는 정말 나쁜 남자들이 있어서 여자를 폭력을 하고 감금하고 그런 것들이 있기 때문에, 그리고 이제 어쩔 수 없이 인생은 그런 케이스가 더 극대화가 되잖아요. 그래서 그런 것이 눈에 더 많이 보이고 들리게 되고, 그런 건 뭐 어쩔 수 없지만 저는 개인적으로 그렇게 생각해요. 만약 나도 지금 결혼 생활을 하고 있는데 와이프가 나랑 우두머리 노릇을 같이 하면서 나랑 맨날 이렇게 클래시를 한다? 존중이 없다. 그리고 나를 무시한다. 뭔가 자기만의 삶을 살려고 하고 나는 그냥 뭐 돈주머니로 보는 이런 느낌이 강하다. 그럼 절대 못 살죠, 나는. 절대 못 살죠. 근데 여자가 나한테 많이 잘해주고 지금도 보시면 이렇게 커피도 갖다 주고 굉장히 많이 챙겨주는데 여자로서 많이 챙겨주고 저를 많이 사랑해 주는데 이러면 내가 그만큼 더 베풀고 싶고 내가 그만큼 더 챙겨주고 싶고 그만큼 더 많이 사랑해 주고 싶고 그런 느낌이 들기 때문에 처음에는 정말 예뻐서 만났는데 이제 나중에는 그런 게 더 신경이 많이 가고 그런 게 더 중요하게 느껴지는 거죠. 와이프랑 만나면서 이런저런 사소한 일로 많이 다투기도 하고 그리고 나중에는 이제 예뻐서 만났지만은 결혼 생활을 하다 보면은 외모보다는 이 사람이 내 사람이다라는 생각이 많이 들면서 쭉 사랑하게 되고 예쁘게 보이고 그러거든요. 외모는 한 1, 2년이면 가시는 거고 그 뒤로 이제 이 여자가 나와 이게 잘 맞나 그리고 나를 존중을 해주나 나를 얼마만큼 사랑해주나 이런 게 더 많이 생각이 되고 느끼기 때문에 많이 더 생각하게 되고 지금 와서 정말 모델급의 여자가 나한테 와가지고 나랑 사귀자 프로포즈를 한다 그러면 저는 싫다고 할 거예요 분명히. 왜냐면 내가 그 여자의 외모가 이쁘다고 하더라도 그 여자를 모르니까 그 여자가 누군지 그리고 이게 그쵸 그렇게 생각해요 저는. Been watching your vids and finally caught you streaming live. Oh, welcome to the stream, man. Welcome to the stream. Give me a subscribe and come hang out with me. I talk about a lot of things. Right now I'm talking in Korean, but you know, if I get English viewers, I can talk in English too on whatever subject I'm talking about. 생물학적으로 어느 정도 정해진 각자의 역할이 있으니까 서로의 역할을 존중할수록 better. 그쵸? 그렇죠. 근데 요즘 페미니스트들이나 여자들이 추구하는 게 그런 쪽으로 말을 하면은 뭔가 그들을 비하한다, 여자 비하라고 생각을 하는데 그건 절대 아니거든요. 여자가 할 수 있는 게 남자가 못하는 것도 있기 때문에 서로의 역할이 이게 확실해져가지고 각자의 맡은 역할이 확실하면은 그리고 그게 뚜렷하고 서로 이해를 하면 그만큼 평화롭게 산다고 생각해요 저는. 근데 여자가 약간 그런 거에 예민해가지고 나를 존중해달라 왜 나를 비하하냐 이런 식으로 받아들이면 좀 피곤하잖아요 솔직히. 그런 뜻이 아닌데. I used to play KMS back in the days, good old time. Used to play KMS back in the day. Did you live in Korea? Are you Korean? Oh yeah. If you're talking about the struggle in a sense of a grind, yeah. Very grindy. But not necessarily a bad thing because the sense of achievement and the sense of accomplishment is that much more real. And the game is this grindy. 유튜버 흑예지 아시나요? 잘 모르는데. 흑예지는 왜요? 흑예지 유튜버분은 왜요? I do understand some Korean but not 100%. So you must have lived in Korea back in the day? Are you half Korean? Are you biracial like me? What is your connection with Korea? What's the sentiment about classic MapleStory in Korea? Do KMS players prefer modern MapleStory? The sentiment about, well, first let's talk about classic MapleStory or MapleStory Classic. I always get that confused too. I think it's the official name is MapleStory Classic, but I get that confused too. Sometimes I say Classic Maple. But MapleStory Classic in Korea right now, from what I can tell, is that they're very interested and they're intrigued, but I don't know if you'll see a huge migration. Some people might try it just for the sake of it. I think you'll have YouTubers from Korea that try MapleStory Classic to get some content and check it out, but because Maple Land is so well established here in KMS, most people enjoy Maple Land the way it is, and there's really no need for them to migrate to something new, especially when it's uncertain on how all these changes they're bringing to MapleStory Classic is gonna affect the game, and what those changes will do to the stability of the game and the overall game. KMS players, just like here in just like in the West, people in Korea are kind of split. Some people really like the modern MapleStory of the arcade feeling with a lot of flashy damages and the solo grind, arcade-ish type of game style gameplay. And then you have players like me and many others who prefer the nostalgic way of playing the game. Grindy, party-centric, more social, more party-oriented, where you can't do everything yourself, but you need to invite other players into the party to conquer. I would say, I think Nexon doesn't want to admit, but I think Maple Land is more popular than modern MapleStory in KMS. It's probably something they don't want to admit because Maple Land isn't created by Nexon. It's a community game, and the developer is just like any one of us. And they probably don't want to admit that. It's a huge L for them. But I do think this game is way more populated and has way more interest than modern MapleStory, and you can see that by the YouTube views. Any content or live stream that I see of people playing modern MapleStory, it doesn't get that many views or viewers. But then you see people making content around Maple Land and live streaming Maple Land, and it gets a lot of views and a lot of viewers. So it's, you gotta be a dummy to kind of say, well, I don't know. I think it's kind of pretty clear, but because there's no real hardcore numbers being presented from Nexon or Maple Land, we don't really know. My family's from Korea, but I wasn't born there. Oh, okay. So you must have some Korean blood in you. 진짜 오리지널 백인이나 흑인 중에 메이플 하는 사람이 있을까요? 한국 메이플 말씀하시는 건가요? 백인이나 흑인 중에 이제 메이플은 글로벌화된 게임이기 때문에 모든 인류와 인종의 사람들이 메이플을 즐겨 합니다. Kimchi is in his blood. That's what I'm saying. You gotta have kimchi in your blood, all that probiotic. It makes you smarter too. Maybe. I don't know. Don't quote me on that, but I think kimchi does make you smarter. Good for you. You look more of a COD guy. Really? Why do you say that? I like all sorts of games, but I think if I had to pick my favorite, it'd be Maple. Definitely Maple. And I'm not talking about modern MapleStory. I'm talking about this. I'm talking about Maple Land specifically because I don't think I could even play Maple Royals or Maple Legends or Artail and GMS side to the extent that I do with Maple Land. There's just something special about Maple Land that keeps me coming back, and I feel very relaxed as I'm playing, you know, that I could do this for a while. Thank you very much for answering my questions. No problem, man. No problem, anytime. If you have any questions, you come and ask me, okay? Maple Land seems the most grounded. 100%, man. Maple Land is the most grounded, is the best one-to-one emulation of old school MapleStory. The world feels lively. A party-centric game style, which is what I'm looking for, exists in Maple Land. The community is real. The updates, the events that the developers are pushing out is extremely fun and engaging. So I just love Maple Land. You know, I don't think I could love any other server for MapleStory like I do for Maple Land. And you know what it is? A part of the huge nostalgia for me is that I grew up playing KMS, and seeing the Korean font and the Korean language in MapleStory is a huge part of that nostalgia. Something just feels off when I see an English name under a monster when I hit him, or when I see, you know, just the English language being used in MapleStory. I feel out of place. And it's really a huge blessing that they've made Maple Land and that it was this successful. So people like me and many other people who in Korea who enjoyed MapleStory back in the 2000s can come back and relive that nostalgia. I think if anybody, right, because there was a huge conversation when WoW Classic first came out. Even prior to WoW Classic coming out, Classic WoW coming out, people were saying, oh, that's all nostalgia, man. You won't enjoy the game if it was released today. It was all because, like, back in the day, you know, the gaming industry was different. It was all nostalgia. If it comes out now, I don't think you'll like it. You're just living in the past, man. It's just not that, it's not going to be that fun like you think. And look, and WoW Classic came out, and maybe it was true because a lot of people did quit WoW Classic after its initial launch, which was a huge success, by the way. But I think it's just Blizzard. Blizzard sucks at understanding what players want. Because look at Maple Legends, man. It came out 2 years ago, and now it's going on its 3rd year. And the game is doing incredibly well. You know, players are still playing the game. It hasn't lost its focus, and it's very grounded in its ideology and its philosophy on what the game is supposed to be and what the game is trying to portray and kind of give people. Like, its understanding of what old school MapleStory is and what players are looking for and what players want. They understand that very, very well. And even when they come out with new updates, new patches, new events even, they're very careful and precise on how they go about releasing that content, so it doesn't, destabilize the existing structure of the game. What characters did you play back in the day? I've played a lot. I've played in KMS, in the official server, I played Dragon Knight up to level like 90 something, and I played a hunter to like 60 something because I was so young. I mean, we're talking about 20 years ago when I was like 12, 13. I didn't have the patience to continuously play one character, right? I would switch up. I would play hunter for a little bit, then I would go to a bandit, then I would go play a spearman, then I would go play a mage. You know what I mean? I did that a lot. But my highest level character that I had was a Dragon Knight in the level 90s. 플랑크님 오고 계십니까? 사냥이 이제 홀플이 좀 지루해져 가는데 하사를 하고 싶은데 플랑크님 안 오시면 파티 찾아봐야 하는데. 마우스 왜 이러지? 마우스가 또 안 움직여. I think I played till Pink Bean Boss came out. Bowmaster 140-ish. Wish I can have my character back and play Maple Land. I know, man. You know, I get a little bit sad, honestly, when people from the West ask me what server this is, and they're like, how do I play? And I have to explain to them, probably can't play, my guy. Probably can't play the game right now because very stringent. But hey, you know, don't be too sad because MapleStory Classic is coming soon, and from what I can see so far, all the changes that I've seen and all the videos and clips that I've seen, it looks like it'll be a decent game. I don't see anything too crazy. I don't like one thing, which is I don't like one thing that I heard, which is that bow wielders, so essentially archers, can jump attack. Why would you allow archers to jump attack? I mean, I understand it's a split. Some people really like that idea, and you know, it is what it is, but for me, I just think that's not it, man. Archers should not be able to jump attack. At that point, what's the difference between archers and, you know, assassins, or the first, especially in the from the first to second, when MapleStory Classic first comes out, I'm gonna assume it's only gonna have up to second job advancement. And let's talk about just talking talking about first and second job advancement up to that point. What's really gonna make I feel like the identity of the assassin just gets robbed by a lot if you allow bow wielders and archers and crossbow wielders to jump attack. That's literally what makes assassins fun until third job advancement comes out and they're using flash jump. But still, part of the archer's identity is to kind of be a strong damage dealer in the back. They already made the archer's range longer, and they're already nerfing the crap out of assassins by decreasing the attack speed on the claw, reducing their range. And now you're going to give bow wielders the ability to do the only thing that assassins could do, which is jump attack. I don't like that personally. I think assassins should be the only class, especially if you're going to nerf them with the range and the claw speed. Assassins should be the only class that has the ability to jump attack, and it really fits in with their class philosophy too. Archers and crossbowmen, just archers in general, they're really good at micromanaging their little space. With CC, assassins are really good at getting away from monsters and creating space instead of making space. They're good at creating space with jump attack, flash jump attack. They're very nimble and fast. It fits in with their class description and identity. Now, if you have archers doing the same thing, power nutback, now they can jump attack, they can do fadeaway shots. I don't think I like that a lot. And you could manipulate, you know what that robs too? You could manipulate the in-game physics and the game code, so you would have to do it with a lot of precision, and it takes some skill. You can essentially jump attack as a bowman. You know what I mean? Like, you can jump and attack, and you have to press the keys in a very small window, but you can press them at the same time and do a jump attack on an archer, even do a fadeaway attack, like fadeaway double shot. But it's extremely difficult, and now you've taken away that element where people can show off their in-game mechanics, their ability to perform a high skill ceiling ability, essentially manipulating the in-game physics and code to perform something that most players probably can't or don't know. So I hope, please, Nexon, please, understand that, and do not bring in jump attack for archers. It does not fit in with their class identity. And they gotta have bow whacking. They have to have bow whacking. They have to have claw whacking, all of that stuff. I think they need to. One second, my mouse is acting up. That. Are you in Korea? No, I'm in United States. I am in the good old United States of America. Hey Gremlin, what's up, man? Welcome back. Hope your day's going well. Same to you, buddy. Hope your day's going well. Hope your morning's going well. Good morning, Taylor. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Welcome back, guys. Good to see you guys. All of you. It's another day to be blessed and thankful. We just had a snowstorm. And it's past us now. The weather is a little cold, but the sun is out. Get some vitamin D. You know, they say even a little hint, little glimpse of the sun can give you enough vitamin D for the day. You just need it for like 5 minutes. And you know what else they say is really good for you? Going for a walk for 10 minutes, or doing like elevating your heart rate for 10 minutes. You know how like there's like fitness gurus and people that are all about fitness will tell you to follow a strict regiment of exercise plans or whatever. You know, my wife goes to F45. She used to spend hundreds of dollars to go to F45, and really what your body really needs is just 10 minutes of elevated heart rate and a little bit of sun. And obviously good diet and all of that stuff, but I'm talking about specifically when it comes to people that say, go out and run like 4 miles a day. No, you don't need to do all that. You just need to like do a light jog or maybe power walk for about 10 minutes, 20 minutes around your neighborhood, get some sun in you, drink some water, and you're gonna be healthy. Also cures depression too. I used to be really depressed back in the day, and I would, every time I felt terrible, I would just go for a drive or go for a walk, and it helped a lot. I don't know why I'm talking about depression. Really don't. It's just nice because I think for the past 3 days, sky's been gray and it's just been kind of ugly. A lot of snow, a lot of wind, A lot of ice. And finally today we have a sunny sky. Nice to see. And my mouse is acting up, like my mouse doesn't want to work. I think it's time for a new mouse. I've had this mouse for 5 years, so I think I got my money's worth. Probably time for a new one. Are you a hapatite? What is a hapatite? I wonder if botters will be a problem in classic. I don't think so. Hopefully not. I've heard mixed things that MapleStory Classic and GMS will have stringent login requirement like they do in KMS with authentication, cell phone verification, face recognition, and all that stuff. Usually GMS and the games in the West don't have that type of requirement to play a game, but if they do, you know, they're kind of catching up with the times and the trends. We'll see. I hope not. I hope there's no botters because they'll ruin the in-game economy. 목적 없는 산책이 별로 재미없다. 노래 들으시면서 팟캐스트 좋아하시나요 혹시? 팟캐스트나 저는 팟캐스트 들으면서 걷는 거 은근히 좋아하긴 하거든요. 제가 관심이 있는 팟캐스트 들으면서 밖에 나가서 걷는 걸 굉장히 좋아하는데 팟캐스트나 음악 들으면서 걷는 거 추천드립니다. Field bossing in RTL yesterday and saw 100 botters and maybe real person. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. RTL has gotten that bad. 100 botters and one real person. I know RTL does struggle with botters and stuff. That's sad, man. I remember when RTL first came out, people were really excited. But I think it's just too much for... It's a lot of work to manage a game server. And they probably need help, like real professional help to manage and run that game. What's my religious belief? Well, I think that question is pretty hard to answer because I would love to call myself a Christian. But there's a lot of things that I don't do as a Christian, right? And who does, really? It's a lot to ask of someone to be a Christian. But I think I find a lot of value in Christianity. So I think I really like the idea. I'm a multiple religion follower. I like to study religion a lot. I like the ideology of Taoism, and because they incorporate the idea of karma, and I love the idea of the morality that comes within the Bible and the structure that the Bible gives you. So for that reason, I like to follow the Bible and read the Bible and go to church. But I have my own personal philosophy that I follow, which is karma and balance and harmony, which comes from Taoism. And I think a lot of that comes from my upbringing too. When I was in Korea, my mom would take me to Buddhist temples, and just living in Korea, you get exposed to various different religious things. And my mom also took me to church when I lived in the United States. And I played the piano at the church, and I sang in choir in church. So all these different exposures have made me come to realize that I'm not just one. I don't believe in just one religion, and most religions share similarities. And the messaging there's a lot of similarities in the messaging. And I kind of just believe what I believe in, really. It's hard to describe. 야바이맨님 어서오세요. 안녕하세요. I think I'm gonna have to get a different mouse because this mouse isn't working again. Let me see. I'll be right back. Got a new mouse. Stole my wife's. This will have to do for now. Oh. 간지나게 생겼다. 감사합니다. If you're a Christian, then Magog is your great grandfather. Who's that? Who's Magog? 오늘은 시프 방송이네요. 오늘은 시프가 좀 땡겨서 시프도 빨리 3차를 하고 싶거든요. 근데 이거 골드리치의 나침반 황금 대지알인가 이거 이벤트가 육성하기 굉장히 좋대요. 그래서 최대한 많이 모아놨다가 한 번에 쓰면은 경험치 많이 오르지 않을까. 이거 보물섬으로 이동할 때 그 채널 변경하는 거나 아니면 대륙 이동하는 것처럼 월드를 나갔다가 다시 들어오는 그런 개념인가요? 이벤트 서버로 이동되나? VPN 켜야 하나 이거? Magog is the son of Apeth. Apeth is the son of Noah. Oh really? Interesting. 미국 가서 I'm from North Korea 하면 정말 놀라나요? 근데 놀라긴 하겠죠? 북한에서 왔다고 하면 이제 어느 정도의 세계에 대한 지식이 있다면 북한에서 왔다고 하면 놀라긴 하겠죠. 근데 모르는 분들이 많아서 좀 무지식인가? 무지식하다고 해야 하나? 그런 걸 잘 모르는 분들이 계셔서 어떤 분들은 노스 코리아하고 사우스 코리아의 차이점을 모르는 분들도 계셔요. 아니에요. 그 자리에서 유지. 그리고 경험치 먹는 거 하루 5번 제한이다. 무슨 돼지 잡으러 가는 그 다른 맵으로 이동하지 않나요? Magog populated Asia. Google Gemini told me. Okay. I see. So I'm the great. I am basically. I have Magog's blood in me. Okay. That's interesting. 알 안 뜨면 개 야마도는 이벤트다. 서버 이동은 아니고. 그럼 한번 눌러볼까요? 이거 나침반. 낚는 거 아니죠, 여러분들? 오, 아니네. 오케이, 굿. 알 떴다. 근데 이거 헤이스트가 있어서 좋긴 하네, 그쵸? 오, 알. 와우, 알 잘 뜨는데요? 어설터 있으면 진짜 좋겠다, 그쵸? 어설터나 플래시 점프. 근데 생각해보니까 이거 어벤져 있으면 진짜 좋겠는데? 나이트로드는 날라다니겠다 여기서. 허밋이나. 죽어라 이 돼지. 아니 근데 왜 황금 돼지지? 황금 돼지 무슨 이거 유의미한 건가요? 그냥 황금 돼지인가? 아 저거 못 먹었다. 알. 이거 알 먹은 건 더블 클릭하면 되나 이거? 골드리치한테 갖다 주라. 오, 경치 나쁘지 않은데요? 오, 와우. 끝? 여기서 이제 이렇게 하면 끝. 이건 뭔데? 황금 돼지의 허리띠 바로 주네. 이건 뭔가요? 허리띠 상옵 다 있나? 옵션은 똑같네요, 그쵸? 옵션은 고정인 것 같고. 좋다. 이거 하루에 5번 할 수 있으면 70이 눈앞에 보이는데요, 여러분? 급 도파민이 상승하는데? 어설터가 너무 쓰고 싶어요, 저. (21) 세비지가 가사에서도 김정은은 뿜 이런 가사도 있고 미국 유명 래퍼들 노스코리아 가사도 많이 나오던데요. 그런 분들은 이제 아는 사람은 알고 모르는 사람은 모르고. 어디 보자. 버프 다 쓰고 들어가라. 네. 원킬이면 더블 스텝이나 럭키 세븐이 더 좋을 것 같다. 오, 그래요? 다음엔 그렇게 해봐야 되겠다. Bro, ask the AI app if Agog populated Korea. Okay, I will. You'd be surprised to find out Noah, the Ark, and the flood is related to us. I don't know the story too well. I know the basic stories and the basic canon of the Bible, but down to the detail, I don't know too well. What I really value from the Bible is the morality that comes within, and when you have a question about life and when you're confused, right? You don't really have a sense of direction and your morality is corrupt. You can kind of go to the Bible as a reference. That's what I really find valuable in the Bible. And I think the Bible is some people say there's objective morality. I disagree. I don't think there is a such thing called objective morality. I think morality came to us from religious foundations, and through the teachings of Jesus Christ and the Bible, and other religion too throughout the world. Whether it's whether you're a Muslim or a Christian or a Buddhist or any other type of religious background that you have, the morality comes from those religious teachings. And I feel comfortable saying that because I saw a clip recently in a podcast with Lex Friedman and Paul DiGelio, or I can't say his last name, I think it's Italian. He showed a clip of uncontacted tribes out in the Amazon in South America, and they caught films of these guys. They're humans, but they're acting as if they're really just monkeys, like chimps. And they will shoot you. They will shoot you with a bow and arrow from 100 meters out because you're a threat. There is no communication. There is no, you have to be very careful. Once you approach them, because they're out in the jungle and they're savages, anything in the jungle is a threat to them and to their family. They even kill each other for food. They'll even kill the members within their own tribe for food, steal women to pass down their heritage, pass down their bloodline. These guys are savages. So where's the objective morality there? I don't think there is such thing as objective morality. It really came with the integration of religious teachings and and other integration, like abundance of food probably had a lot to do with it. But that's what I think. 저거 한 시간에 한 번씩 가능하고 24시간 동안 게임하면 24번 들어갈 수 있는데 경험치 R은 하루에 5번 교환할 수 있다. 그럼 경험치 R 벌써 2번 썼으니까 3번 더 쓸 수 있는 거네요. 여기 누가 먼저 왔지, 자리? 여기 먼저 오셨네. 내가 없는 동안 오셨네. 일단 디스코드에 구인글 한번 올려볼게요. 제가 우삼 하는 걸로 하고 21 10급 위 9인주 1 9인중 프랑크님 제가 이거 디스코드로 보내드릴게요. 구인 이렇게 하면 될 것 같고 내가 자3 해야 되겠다. 3 해야 되겠다. 구인글 공유해드렸습니다. 나 이거 경험치 쿠폰 드디어 쓰게 되네. 한 번에 2개 나온 게 진짜 잘 나온 거다. 그렇구나. 제가 운이 좋았네요. 그쵸? 몇 섭이지 지금? EL89 유료 심절하게요. 일단 플랑크님 돈을 버려야겠죠? 심절 차벌해서 하면 돈 많이 들어오기 때문에 200은 버시니까 1시간에. 이상하게 항상 느끼는 건데 플랑크님이랑 파티할 때 제가 구인글을 올리면 메시지 안 와요. 근데 플랑크님이 구인글을 올리면 플랑크님한테 DM 다 가요. 왠지 모르겠어. 무슨 설정이 잘못되어 있는 건지. 난 지금 파티 구하시는 분들은 굉장히 많은데 PL89 라고 하실게요. 지금 50억 맞죠? 57 썬콜? 잘 밀겠죠. 다이렉트 메시지 밖에 돼 있는데? 받는 게 안 되나? 주는 건 되고? (50짜리) 파티를 찾고 있다네. 한 구인글 올려놨으니까
In Genesis, a guy named Jacob spent 6 years to build his flock of 500. In terms of silver coin back then, that amount converted to today's current 120,000 USD. That's crazy. Guys who carried 100 coins of silver everywhere they go is like carrying 4,000 USD. That is a lot of money. That's a lot of money, man, to carry around in your pocket, especially back then. I'd be scared, wouldn't you? I'd be scared. I'm scared now to carry around like hundreds of dollars in my pocket. 타투 블랙암 아팠나요? 아팠죠. 많이 아팠는데 참으면서 그냥 팟캐스트 들으면서 참았던 것 같아요. The trend for classic world seems to be party buff nerfs. You think it's coming to Holy Symbol, mess up Sharp Eyes, Speed Infusion if... Oh, what is all this? What's going on here? Why is there so many monsters? How do you know that's the trend? Just curious because they haven't really leaked or announced anything for third and fourth job advancement skills. From what I've seen, I've only seen first and second job advancement. 아, 2 그럼 우 1, 우 3 남았. 찐 미국인들은 RPG 잘 안 하는 듯. MMORPG를 잘 못하는 것 같기는 해요, 미국 사람들이. 그냥 RPG 같은 것들은 좋아하긴 하는데 그 RPG 같은 것들 게임 있잖아요. 뭐 엘든링이라든지 발더스 게이트 그리고 뭐 샤키로 다른 무슨 1인 혼자서 즐기는 게임들 그런 거 굉장히 좋아하는 것 같아요, 미국 사람들은. 한국 사람들은 약간 MMORPG나 온라인 게임을 더 좋아하는 것 같고. 와우, 플랑크님 부인이 아주 그냥 진짜 잘 구하시네. 저는 메시지 아예 안 오고 있거든요. 우리 누구 남은 거죠? 구인글을 하나 올리면 좋을 것 같은데. Do you have a maple girlfriend? I don't have a maple girlfriend. I don't think my wife would approve me having digital girlfriend. 디스코드로 DM 테스트로 보내볼까요? 5일 일단 잠시만요. 5일 구하고 썬콜 57 53 71 허밋 71 92 스님이 레벨 몇이시지? 65 시프 92가 허밋이구나. 그럼 53이 시프 65 하고 이렇게 코드 올렸습니다. 디스코드로 DM 테스트요. 한번 보내보실래요 그럼? 디스코드를 어떻게 드리지? 디스코드 제게 아이디가 어떻게 되냐면 이거거든요. 디스코드 신추 보내시고 제가 한번 아니다. 어떻게 해야 되지? 지금 방금 읍스라고 디스코드 보고 계시면 읍스 이렇게 된 아이디에 구인글을 올렸거든요. 구인글 안 왔는데? 디스코드 안 왔는데요? 이거 내가 막아놨나? 막아놨네. 이거 어떻게 풀죠? 이게 신청이 들어오네요. Message Request라고. 티초대 경인로 363. 콘텐츠 및 소셜 다이렉트 메시지 허용. 이렇게 하면 되나? 이게 다 왔었네. 58 성콜 지원합니다. 차벌 지원합니다. 60일 성콜 지원합니다. 좋은 글이 많이 왔었구나. 감사합니다 여러분. 제가 확실히 컴맹이네요. 컴맹이긴. 잠시 화장실 좀 다녀오겠습니다. 시작하기 전에.
프랑크님, 이번에 쩔비 한번 받으시죠. 오랜만에 드리는데. 타입이 안 되네. 왜 초대? 이번 한번 받고 교환이 안 되나? 이번 한번 받으시고 나중에 또 안 받으면 되죠. 이번 한번 받으시고 내가 우위인가 보네. 그쵸? 제가 우위. 자, 경쿠 태웁시다. Hey, are there any difference between this and Maple Worlds besides the language? There's a lot of difference. So, if you're talking about the difference between this server is called Maple Land, and if you're from the West, and if you're from the United States or anywhere outside of Korea, you're probably more used to, or you're probably used to seeing Maple Legends, Maple Royals, Artale, Chrono Story, etc. Maple Land, which is the server that I'm playing in the KMS Maple Worlds, is very different from the games that are in the West. One of the huge differences, as you can see in Maple Land, people like to play together. There's a strong emphasis on party training and being in a party and grinding together. Another difference is that it's a lot more stable and the game feels lively. There's botters essentially get blocked and banned almost immediately, and it's just more established and structured. Yeah, so that's the biggest difference. Bro, do you think MapleStory Classic will eventually become pay to win? I really don't want to believe that. I really don't want the game to become a pay to win. To the point that I would rather pay a subscription fee, $5 a month, $10 a month, whatever it may be. As long as it's nothing crazy like anything above $10, I don't think I feel comfortable paying. Even $10 is a lot for a game this old, right? But if I have to pay that $10 for the game to not add cubes, right? Cubes is one of them. Gacha is another one. Anything like that. I'm okay paying stuff like that. You know what I mean? I'm okay with the game having cash items for quality of life, and even quality of life, I want MapleStory Classic to be very careful, and Inkwell, the developer of MapleStory Classic, to be very mindful about what essentially is quality of life. Quality of life for me is I'll give you specific examples instead of a broad abstract description. Having a pet, I think, is a quality of life. The fact that the pet can eat potions for you, drink potions for you, and that it can move around within your small platform and actually pick up items is a quality of life. Having megaphones is a quality of life. What else?
Having aesthetic items to enhance the customization of your character is a quality of life or a quality of experience that gets enhanced. What I don't think is a quality of life is teleportation rocks or 2EX coupons. I think teleportation rocks were a bad integration, was a bad example of quality of life. The integration of teleportation rocks essentially made the game almost feel like an instance based. And if you're gonna have teleportation rocks, make it super expensive so it can be used on very specific times, almost like a luxury item. Like, let's say you need to be at your raid within the next 10 minutes, but you're all the way in Alinea and you have to get to El Nath. You're not gonna make it there in 10 minutes. Right? So maybe a teleportation rocks that costs, I don't know, $10 for one time. Just don't even introduce it actually. You know, be there on time. Or delay the raid for a little bit. The reason why I'm so against teleportation rocks is the same reason why I don't like modern MapleStory, where everything is essentially teleportation based. You never have to move your character. You just sit there and you click on teleport and it'll take you to the training ground. It'll take you to wherever you want to go. And what happens with that is you miss out on specific times where people don't really think about, but there's a central hub that people of all sorts of levels gather to meet one another arbitrarily, right? And these hubs, these ports, these ship ports acted as a hub essentially where you have nothing better to do but to just sit there and relax for a minute, or you can engage in a lighthearted conversation with the person next to you. Trade fame, hey, what's going on? How is it playing a bandit? Whatever. These lighthearted conversations only existed because the game essentially forced you to take a ship and be idle for about 10 to 15 minutes. Now, if you introduce teleportation rock and call it quality of life, I think you're robbing that experience. So I'm not a big fan of teleportation rock. Because it's MapleStory and especially because it's Nexon and it's Nexon NA North America, I have this strong feeling that eventually they're gonna come for our wallet, and at first it'll be subtle, and then they'll test the waters and it'll become blatant. But I want to stay optimistic. I want to give MapleStory, Nexon NA the benefit of the doubt that they're not going to do that to us, that they understand what the players want. Maybe they can figure out a way to monetize the game, whether it's subscription or selling megaphones, for them to be profitable enough to essentially keep the game going and don't have to close down the servers. And I think most of that is just an excuse anyway. Like, you can keep the servers up and running without having to monetize up the wazoo. It is not that expensive to run a game this old. And I'll tell you how I know that is in Mapleland, they say they make enough money just with the megaphones to keep the servers running. Now, this is obviously a rumor and I don't know if it's true or not, but it makes sense. I mean, look at these megaphones that just, well, it looks like it's not a lot because we were texting a lot, but you can see it's never ending. It keeps going. The server is very lively. People are like trading, doing merchant things, looking for party members to join their party, etc. It's very lively. And megaphones is a great way to monetize off the game. And I think customization is another way to greatly monetize off the game. And I think with just those two, if you have a healthy player pool, you don't need to squeeze the players any more than just that. So, let's see what you guys are saying so I can see. I play on Artail, and yeah, it feels super dead and you rarely see people. Exactly. I just heard that in Artail that
One of my viewers said he went to go do a field boss and saw 100 botters and 1 active player. That's not what we need or want, right? I played during Hyperburn and leveled a few classes to 200 and I was so lost after 200. No player-to-player experience, no one to ask questions in game. They just come and KS your map and leave. That's what I'm saying, and as you can see here, look at all these people. This is what I'm talking about, you know, when you have a game, this is what we deserve, right? And I think most of the time you don't know what you deserve because you don't know what's out there. And we just kind of take what MapleStory, Nexon, and A give us. But this is a reason why, even if they had a Mapleland in NA, I don't know if I'd be willing to play Mapleland NA over Mapleland KMS. The huge difference really is the community and how they interact with one another. And I pulled a chat up so you guys can see that in a party setting like this, obviously I'm chatting with you guys. So I'm a little busy and occupied to chat up with the members in the party. But this is very normal to see. Players talking amongst one another in a huge map, dividing up the map, everyone being accountable to their own platform and talking about whatever it is. Right now they're talking about I really don't know. I'm trying to figure it out through the context of the short messaging section that I'm seeing. I can't figure it out, but they're obviously chatting it up and having a good time. Did Mapleland buff the weaker classes, Paladin and Marksman? No, they did not. They did a little bit, but not to a point where it cannibalized and essentially blurred the class identity. Bowmans and Bowmasters are still extremely strong. Marksman just got a little bit buffed to increase the player base slightly, but I think by default still people play Bowmasters over Marksman. If it was like 80 to 20 back in the day, 80 being Bowmaster, 20 being Marksman, now it's more like maybe 60-40, and a lot of people are playing Marksman now. Like I see a lot more people wielding crossbows instead of bows. A lot of Bowmasters are already high level, so what it is these players that have Bowmasters are creating secondary characters or giving snipers a try because they got a slight boost or a buff. I think it's good to see. Would you like to auction house like in Artel? Are you okay with how the free market works? So free market, in my opinion, is a big deal in GMS, and only in GMS, because here in Mapleland, free market doesn't exist. Even if it did exist, it's not the only way people market and sell and buy things, right? People actively participate in being a merchant through either Discord or a third-party website where they can upload their item and buy and sell their item, and it's really well optimized. The UI is clean, super easy to use, and maybe I'll show you guys after this grind. But in GMS, free market has a different sentiment than it does in KMS. Free market in GMS essentially acted as another part of the hub where people can socialize. In KMS, people never made free market their guild home or a hangout place, but you saw that so much in GMS. When I played GMS, so many players would just play the game in a different style, meaning they didn't engage the game the way you're supposed to. They treated the game as a social game where you can dress up your character and have guild housing and all that stuff. So they would take up, I don't know, free market number 22, and they would say, well, this is our guild house, everybody come hang out with us. And all they did was just hang out with people there, and it essentially acted as a hub for players to go and hang out with one another. And you could go from anywhere in the town, because the portal to free market existed whether you were in Victoria Island or in Ludibrium or Elnath. Wherever you were, there was a portal to free market. And a lot of people have nostalgic memories and sentimental value attached to free market in GMS, not only for that reason,
but people also love spamming, buying and selling there. And although that also existed in KMS, it's not that big of a deal because we also had social elements like how we do now, where we would get together and party grind and people would chat and people would play together in different ways and be social in different ways. In GMS, it only existed in free market. In GMS, when I played GMS, everybody was solo grinding. And you can tell this is true by looking up old content on YouTube of MapleStory in 2 different regions. If you look up videos that are 10, 15, 20 years old and you type in Korean MapleStory, you'll see people still training together and party grinding. Whereas if you do the same thing in English and look up old ancient videos on YouTube of people playing MapleStory, they're solo grinding. 90% of the time, they're uploading videos of efficient map to solo grind. So there exists a huge gap and a missing part of the social element that existed in KMS but did not exist in GMS. And for that reason, free market has a huge nostalgic sentiment to a lot of players because it was the only place that people engage with another player. But it doesn't hit that hard for the average KMS players because they were interacting with players in different ways, right? Like in a training ground, they were training together, they were grinding together. And I think that's why people get very split, and there's a huge talking point on whether free market should exist and whether it should not. Should there be an auction house? Should there not? Should people is it, like, should we bring back the old memories of spamming, buying and selling in a free market, or should we not? And in KMS here in Mapleland, that isn't it's not a huge talking point. Everybody's okay using the third-party website to buy and sell their item. Me personally, I say bring it because, people obviously want it. Why not have it? Have both. Or maybe not have both. Just have free market. If everybody can get together in a hub and buy and sell their item, I think for new players that are coming, it would be really fun to see. A general area, one single map where thousands of players, maybe thousands is too much, hundreds of players can come to a channel. But I mean, if the game pops off, which I assume it will, right, at launch, and you have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of players trying to play MapleStory Classic in the first week of its being launched, you're gonna see so many players, if free market exists, so many players that go to free market to sell Tobies, to sell Ices, to sell glove for dexterity 10%, to sell a level 40 top for a warrior, whatever it is. And I think that itself is very valuable, especially to new players that are going to be playing MapleStory for the first time. It'll give them a sense of like, okay, this is an MMO. This feels like an MMO. It doesn't feel like the MMO that I've been playing for the past decade, where everybody's just doing them and you just upload an item to an auction board and I never have interaction with other players, because clearly the game was developed to reduce friction and emphasize solo play. People are too sensitive nowadays. Remember back in the day, you get on Xbox Live and Halo and everybody's dropping the N-word and telling you to KYS. It was so unfiltered, but so much fun, and people weren't as sensitive as they are now. You say one little thing wrong, you get reported. And the developers don't know how to balance that. They look at the loud minority of people constantly complaining about, oh, he said the N-word, oh, he said I'm gay, or he called me, he used a slur. And now the developer's like, well, I guess we need to get people to play by themselves. I can't handle this. Yeah, let's just push for solo play. I think that's what happened. And developers really need to stop listening to the crybabies and the loud minority. It's just words at the end of the day. It's not gonna kill you to get called gay or to get called a lesbian or whatever, these words, a chink, n-word, whatever it is, it's just you move on. And if you don't want to deal with those people, you just don't deal with those people. It's really that simple. But I think from the developer's perspective, even if it's a loud minority, that minority of 10% of people is thousands of people still. And when thousands of people are still telling you, hey, you know, fix the game because your community is toxic or whatever, what are they gonna do? I think they're going to emphasize solo play and just go for your wallet. And the game kind of slowly dies out because it doesn't have that element of humanity that exists in the game, and it just feels like you're wasting time. You know, Daspola said the same thing. Once you hit certain level in current MapleStory, you don't know what the hell to do because nobody's talking. No, you're just playing the game by yourself, and people come and you see a glimpse of humanity because they KS'd you and they don't even chat. So having a free market, I think, would be a good thing in GMS specifically. Because until the party-centric game style gets adapted, people are not gonna have the space to interact with one another. And I think central focal points where people gather together is very important in GMS, such as the ship ports from Elinia to Orbis, Orbis to Ludi, and all these places that will eventually come out as the game ages are going to be so important. I mean, think about in the future in MapleStory Classic when Orbis finally gets released and you see hundreds of people that are just waiting for the ship to go to Orbis. And you see hundreds of people because they know what's about to happen, and in the midst of those hundreds of people, you're going to have 10% of the people that are new to the game, and they're not going to, you know, they're going to be so awed at first. Oh, this feels so cool. Everybody's taking the ship. Look at this guy. He's level 50 and I'm only level 20 and I want to check out the new continent. Wow, how did you get to level 50, man? It's so grindy. I wish I was level 50. All these sentiments are going to be very real at the beginning of the game, and it only exists because you have a central hub point, focal point where players kind of funnel through in order to get to a different content. In free market and any type of ports that take you to a different continent acts as a central hub where other people can interact with one another. And these new players, man, God bless their soul, they're gonna get on that boat and they're gonna be like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. And then Crimson Balrog comes out and just swipes them with 4 to 5 to 6k damage, and they're like, what the hell was that? Oh my god. You know, it's gonna be funny, but to them it's gonna be so refreshing and new, because so many MMOs in today's market and today's industry hold your hand. Literally, like, you don't even need to heal yourself, you don't need potions, you can one-shot everything. Like, am I playing a game or is the game playing for me? You know, I get that feeling a lot when I play MMOs nowadays. Like, am I playing a game or am I just watching the gameplay itself? There's no sense of adventure, there's no sense of achievement, there's no purpose. You're playing the game, but you're not really playing the game. You're just kind of going through the game. You know what I mean? And it just feels hollow, dead, and empty. And MapleStory Classic will come and be a refreshing experience to a lot of players who are yearning for that nostalgic early 2000s vibes again. So that was a long-winded answer to your question about free market, and I do think it should exist, especially in GMS compared to KMS. I used to be on the line about that question, but I think it will be refreshing and it will generally be a good thing if it exists in GMS. Quality of life just because it's called quality of life update doesn't necessarily mean it equals and transitions into a better gaming experience. I think quality of life still needs to be, you need to be careful with certain quality of life updates. Making the game easy and giving updates to make the game more simple doesn't always equate to a better gaming experience. It's just like Ozempic, right? You can take Ozempic and skip working out just to get skinny, but I think the true fulfillment and the sense of achievement and accomplishment
and a sense of like you did something for yourself comes from working hard and going to the gym and controlling your diet over months to achieve what you've been doing. Yeah, you can get skinny. The end result might be the same. You can post your item on an auction board and sell your item that way. But you missed out on so much of what it means to be alive, what it means to be a human. You go to a free market, there's gonna be people spamming, buying this, buying that, and then way in the corner, you're gonna see people just hanging out, and you'll see some dude saying looking for MapleStory girlfriend, and you'll see some dude saying trading fame. You'll see some dude that's saying some crazy stuff like dropping slurs all over the place. It's an element of humanity. That's what people do. Now you can be real sensitive about that and become a Karen and a controlling Andy and say, hey, that seems too vulgar. Get rid of that. Who cares, man? If you're gonna be that sensitive, maybe you shouldn't exist online, right? Because all that's gonna do, all those sensitive people, all they're gonna do is just push the game to be more monitored, more censored, and essentially it'll turn into a game where you play by yourself. Are strength bandits popular in Mapleland? Not really, but maybe it will now because Crimson Wood Keep, or the new content that came out. The new content that came out in Mapleland, it just came out with a dagger, and it's a really good dagger, and it requires you to have some strength in it. So maybe some strength bandits will start popping up now. It's not only MMOs holding your hands and feeling super linear. Yeah, I vote against Auction House, but the item to search the market viable with mesos for a new meso. Ooh. A crappy... Oh wait, I think this is at least couple mil. Nice. I've never gotten a scroll from this map. This is my first one. 주문서 듣겠네요. Nice. It will most likely be cash shop owls again. I remember cash shop owls. And I don't know how I feel about cash shop owls. It's convenient, but it'll reduce your time being spent in free market. I think you just have to find a balance, right? Like, at some point, it does kind of get ridiculous when you have to spend hours and there's no outlet for you to buy and sell your items. You have to spend hours at free market trying to sell. But we also got to remember, we live in an era where we live in the times where Discord exists, other sorts of third-party social websites like Reddit exist, and these websites will reduce these websites will essentially act as a port for people to buy and sell items. In Mapleland, they have a Discord server where you can look for parties, where you can buy and sell your items. You also have a third-party website where you can buy and sell items and look for parties as well. So people don't really go to FM. Well, for me, I never go to FM. I get my social interaction in the game through party grinding with other people. 아니 이거 기억 왜 안 없어지는 거야? Oh my god, his weapon has 85 weapon attack damage. Mine only has 78. Does Mapleland frame rate feel off like Artale? Chronostory? Nope. There's minor bugs that exist in Mapleland, but I've played Artale and the difference is huge. For example, in Artale, the UI is a little crappy.
The UI is crappy. There's a lot of bugs that exist, but in Mapleland, the bugs that exist are very minor. And they're also coming out with Mapleland 2.0, which is going to essentially reduce and get rid of those bugs that exist in the game. So they're gonna optimize the game even more from here, you know. And the game already feels very like, I can't point out the differences, but the community can. There's a lot of high-level players that brought up the in-game bug that exists, or the UI, not UI, but the game in-game physics that exists, that there's a bug that's not a one-to-one representation of how old school MapleStory was. And the developers took that to heart, and they're making a Mapleland 2.0 to get rid of those minor bugs and to make the gaming experience more true to how it was, and also more smoother. Artail is clunky as hell, Gremlin says. Yeah, Artail, I played Artail. It's super clunky, man. I will be playing WoW until Classic release, because no world or private server feels right. Are you talking about like modern WoW or WoW Classic? Which WoW are you playing, Bone? Old school Maple is best outside of Mapleland in my own. It's so underrated. I feel like Def deserves more players. Changing channel in Artail is painful. Yeah, I know. You know, and I really hope, guys, really, like, I talk about it with a lot of passion, as you can tell. I love this game, and although I don't have a lot of faith in Inkwell and Nexon North America, I really hope they can get this right and MapleStory Classic becomes a game that everybody's looking for, because there's so many players that have given up hope in the MMO genre in the past 2 decades, where nothing just seems right, nothing feels right. But I think MapleStory can bridge that gap and bring the players back. If they can do this right and just stop trying to monetize the crap out of the game and release a game where they're okay and they're happy with the basic monetization that existed in old school MapleStory, not be as greedy, you know. Obviously, it's a company. They need money to run the game, money to have players work on the game, etc. So they need to monetize the game. But how is it that Tensia has a handful of people, I want to say a team of less than 20 people, that are able to reproduce this game and do more for the players while keeping the botters in check, while keeping the illegal program users in check, and release a bunch of updates every 2-3 weeks? How is it that they can do it and you have a huge company like Nexon NA that can't? And they need, in order to run the game, they need to monetize like cubing and gotchas and all this stuff. You know what I mean? I don't understand how that can be possible. You're gonna have to do a lot of convincing to get me to believe that it's justifiable to monetize that much, especially like really feels like I'm gambling, right? And I get this sense a lot when I play current modern MapleStory. Is like I'm looking at a screen, I'm really not playing the game, but I'm essentially just gambling. I'm just sitting there gambling, cubing, doing gotchas, and it just feels so dystopian. And I just can't help but feel that way when I go on YouTube and I see people, the only content that I see on YouTube of people playing MapleStory, the only ones that pop off and get decent amount of views is if they're doing cubing or they're doing gotchas. They're doing some element of gameplay that resembles gambling. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, man, that's dystopian as hell. I'm not even playing the game at that point. It's just like spending money to get the best stats in the game, and there's no sense of achievement because you didn't earn it. You just swiped your credit card to get that. Like, come on. At some point, people have to be honest with themselves and say, you're not playing a game, you're doing a slot machine. And just walk away from it. It's not a game, you know. I just don't think it's a game. It's not what an MMO should be. It's super predatory. They use a lot of colors, make it look all fancy and get people addicted really fast. And then the end game content is cubing and swiping your credit card. I'll pass on that 100%. In just case you're confused, the name of the server Old School MapleStory. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I'm playing Turtle WoW, which I think is a reimagination of classic era. Okay. Keep the whales on modern Maple. Just give us good balance game. That's what I'm saying. And I think the only reason that modern MapleStory is able to continue its service is because of the whales. I 100% believe that, man. I think it's because you have giga whales that have a lot of money and they don't know what to do with their time. And, you know, it's fine. Let them do that. But the thing is, when the content and the updates and the patches that roll out as the game progresses and ages gets centered around, the content is being rolled out with the whales as the centered focus, not your casual players that enjoy the game for the gaming experience, but these giga whales that will swipe $100 a day to get a bunch of cubes or whatever to re-roll their cubes and potentials, and you know, they're essentially gambling on MapleStory. That's what I think. You don't have any of that here in Mapleland. You know, you don't have that, and the game is fine. The game is healthy. They're still making money. The game just announced MapleStory or Mapleland 2.0 because they're doing so well, and they're gonna work with Nexon Korea to create a better version of Mapleland. And when I say better, I mean they're going to create Mapleland that emulates more of the in-game physics that we had back in the day. For instance, players noted that when you use rush, I don't know if it's called rush or charge. I really need to figure that out because I always say this. Fourth job warrior advancement skill. There's a skill called rush or charge where you can charge at an enemy, and players have noted and brought up to attention where there's a slight bug. Bug meaning it doesn't emulate the physics of how the skill acted back 20 years ago. And also in Aquarium, the swim physics, I didn't even notice. I really just play the game and I've never noticed, and I've been to Aqua Road multiple times. But apparently there's some slight differences with the swim mechanic in Aqua Road that players have noticed. And they're gonna fix that to make sure that it's a perfect emulation of how MapleStory was 20 years ago. Slight things like that, they're bringing it back. So Mapleland and the developers are called Tensia, are very well grounded, and they know what the players want and they know what they want. You know what I mean? They're not rolling out updates and patches to bring in cubing, to bring in gachas, to bring in predatory updates that really brings a frown upon your eye. It makes you, it makes you raise your eyebrow like, what is this? Nobody wants that. They will literally get crucified by the public if they bring out anything like that. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. And I think Nexon NA, we need to treat them the same way. If they bring out cubing, essentially like the game's been out for 2 months and they're like, hey, we're bringing out gacha, we're bringing out cubing. Everybody quit the game, just leave. Teach them a lesson. Don't play the game. Nobody wants that. That's not the correct way. It's predatory. I feel like my intelligence is being tested. I feel like you think I'm dumb. You got me hooked by saying it's a MapleStory classic, and you never talked about gacha or cubing in any of your trailers and any of your statements that you made. Instead, you release it after 2 months or even a year. Eventually you release that out. We need to be vocal about that stuff. Hey, we don't want that. Why would you ruin a perfectly well game that we enjoy, bringing in an element of gambling into the game? You know, it was so stupid back in the day. I gotta say this too. 20 years ago, when they first brought out gacha, you know what they did? You were able to get endgame items that had better stats. That had better stats than the gacha items would have better stats than if you were to get it from Pink Bean, let's say. Like Pink Bean gave timeless and reverse items, right? 120 items. You could get that through a gacha and it would have better stats. How is that even fair? How does that even make sense, guys? How does that even make sense? Really think about that. In a grindy game like this, where you have to spend years to get to be able to accomplish the conquering Pink Bean, it took players years to get to level 180, 190. And these players go through so much, and they've invested so much into the game, right? It's like raising, it's really just super disrespectful to the old veteran players who have gave so much to the game, who've dumped so many hours and time into the game. And as a developer, you release a gacha, and this was Inkwell, by the way. This was Inkwell. Releases an idea into the game, and that says, you know what? Let's charge players $10 for 10 tickets, and they can do gambling. And you know how we're gonna get them? We're gonna give them an item that they normally couldn't get, but we're gonna give them timeless and reverse items that only the high level players have, and it's gonna be better. So you sit there and you really gotta ask, what's the point? At that point, everything shifts, right? What's the point of playing the game? A lot of people played the game for the sentiment of achievement, sentiment of accomplishment. There's a lot of fame that came with you being high level, a lot of respect. None of that. If you wore a level 120 claw or a timeless weapon, timeless spear, you had this element of respect that directly correlated into how much time you invested into the game. And with that one update, just a thoughtless, brain-dead update, they completely washed that out. And it's so infuriating. It's so infuriating that they think they can do that. And just really look at the players as a money bag that they can grab money from. Guys, if you can get the endgame content items from a gacha from level 1, what's the point of playing the game? It's not an MMO. It essentially is telling you to spend money, and that's the whole point. Cubing is the same thing. What's the point of going to get the endgame content item if you can have a level 100 item with the best potential lines? Oh, boss damage 40%, 3 lines. Now you got the best item in game by spending money. Spending money was the endgame content. We should be infuriated by that. They make enough money. If Maple Land can make enough money with megaphones, with pets, and customization of the game that doesn't directly translate and overshadow the higher level players who are investing hours, if not, not hours, days, months, years into the game and keeping this game relevant, then at that point you're just playing the game. Someone who has a bigger wallet is gonna outshine you. Even talking about it, I get passionate and I get infuriated because it's so stupid that we allowed that to happen in modern MapleStory. And although people, and then what's more infuriating is people that defend it, right? People that defend it. Do you think I don't have enough money to spend $10 on gacha? That's not the point. Because some people make the argument, well, if you don't have money, then just don't play or just don't do it. It's for people with money. That's not the point. That is such a one-dimensional way of thinking and looking at the game. And why are you playing defense for a company that's going for your wallet and ruining the game? It just makes no sense to me. I remember being 12 years old, going to 7-Eleven to buy an NX gift card to buy gacha. Maple might be the first game to introduce gambling to kids, right? I mean, what is it? Counter-Strike also has gambling aspects too. All games have it.
we're in that era where like almost all games have an aspect of gambling in it. My thing is, if you're gonna say MapleStory Classic, you shouldn't have it. You shouldn't have it. Let this game be an example where it can thrive without the aspect of gambling, predatory gambling. If you're gonna have gacha, have it for maybe cosmetics. I don't know, like items that doesn't intervene and interfere with the core gameplay, right? Maple Global just doesn't have a big fan base as KMS. In Korea, MapleStory, Sudden Attack, LOL, StarCraft are cultures. In NA, MapleStory is a niche. That's why they can't survive off megaphones, pets, and customization. I don't know. I kind of disagree because there's more population in North America. So you're gonna have the same amount of players, I think essentially, that play in NA as the player base in Mapleland. I think Mapleland, and I'm being pretty fair here, I want to say concurrent player base probably is around 10k, maybe a little less. I know a total accounts in Mapleland is a lot, but I think the concurrent players, if you look at concurrent players, I think you're gonna have essentially the same amount of people that play the game at the same time. So if they want to do more, then make it a subscription base. I will gladly pay $5 a month to play a game like Mapleland and have a game like Mapleland exist in North America NA. And you know, for me, it's not that big of a deal. I'm making this argument for your guys' sake and my friends' sake. When I play MapleStory Classic, I'm bringing a whole bunch of new faces, a whole bunch of newbies that never played the game before, and for them to play the game and have an element of gambling in the game, and to tell them, yeah, you can just do gacha and you beat the game, bro. There you go, you beat the game. Just spend $10, get a gacha, you have 1% chance to get endgame item. Today we're just gonna gacha it up, boys. Everybody meet in Kerning City. Make sure you bring $100. Let's go. We're gonna get the best item. That's a stupid gaming experience. Nobody wants to play that. You might as well just go to the casino at that point. It's real life. I can get some orange juice or Coke and, you know, look fresh. You know what I mean? Sorry guys, I get really passionate about this. I know I'm a little aggressive. Some guilds had their own website with all members. It's different culture. In NA, people are individualistic. In KMS, they're more I 100% agree. And I think we have to take it upon ourselves to change that. And you know, I'm trying to do my part to bring in more of introducing to the people in the West that MapleStory is a party-oriented game and it should be played party-centric wise, and you know, it's more fun when you play it that way. And hopefully, because people have had experience with how cash-grabby Nexon can be, and I think a lot of people share my sentiment, and now that we're a bit older, and you know, people just won't take up with that stuff. Gacha will be in Classic realistically. Nexon is too greedy. We'll see, man. If they bring in gacha and it was just purely like cosmetic items, right? Like level 10 sword that you can only get from gacha, or a slime hat, or I don't know. Items that are more customized, more aesthetics than actual have practicality and game breaking. If you're gonna bring like level 35 unique spear from gacha, I don't think that's too big of a deal, right? But if you're bringing, if you have a chance to obtain timeless or end game item with better stats than actually going there and conquering the boss to get those items, I'm going to turn the game off and I'm not going to play the game, because I know where that's going. I know what's happening with the game. I know if it's first gacha, then it'll be cubes, then it'll be some other type of
their focus, because what that tells me is their focus is in the wrong space. Their headspace is in the wrong space to begin with. They're worried about making money off of us instead of giving us a good nostalgic experience in a game that we can all enjoy. So all it takes is for me to see, okay, they have gacha. Nope, I'm not playing it. Now, unless the gacha, obviously, like I said, brings in items that are more for aesthetics and not game-breaking items, then maybe, yeah, that's fine. But other than that, no. Orange juice and Coke, you know how to party. Of course, man. Of course. Orange juice, Coke. A little bit of chocolate, snacks, you know what I mean? Best time. I don't understand how people have fun with gacha. They're looking for instant gratification. Yeah, it's an instant gratification. I mean, it's an easy way to get a hit of dopamine, right? And I think it's a wrong approach when you're playing MapleStory. MapleStory, you really have to relax and be happy with the delayed gratification and the slow grind. And the hit of dopamine feels, trust me, 100 times more better when that's the case. When I get a loot from a monster after grinding for an hour, or when I finally reach level 70 on this bandit, I'm gonna be so happy. I'm gonna be so happy. If I want a quick, fast hit of dopamine and a stream of dopamine, there's so many games out there that are equipped to do just that. And I think you can go look for that type of experience somewhere else. Modern MapleStory, League of Legends, Valorant, Arc Raiders, all these new games that are coming out, it's just non-stop dopamine rushes, right? And maybe after a couple of games, you just want your brain to relax and just sit down and chill. You know? Cosmetic items won't have the same appeal to 30 plus years old, which will be the majority of the nostalgic people. People in Mapleland are all over 32. The general age that make up the players of Mapleland are all around my age, if not older, 30 plus. And you see a lot of people that are dressing up their characters to portray a certain type of personality or a certain type of they have a lot of character, right? Personality and character in their character. And they do that by dressing them up in certain ways. I mean, look at my friend Flink Flank here. I'm sure he's 30 something and he dressed up as like the Saja boys from K-pop Demon Hunters. What is he trying to portray? I don't know. You know, he's trying to portray something in his own way, and I think it's cool. There's so many other players that dress up their characters in certain ways to make sure the character is uniquely them. You know, and I think it's really cool to see. It's a good way to spend your money. It doesn't interfere with the core gameplay. It's an enhancement it's an enhancement of the existing framework of what this game is. It doesn't interfere with the gameplay. It's not game changing or game breaking. So I'm all about more customization for characters. And this is another thing that is a system that exists in the game, so you're not essentially botting, right? They don't want you to be AFK or use a certain type of illegal program to play the game. Ace Stompers, pink adventure capes, Stormcaster gloves, brown work gloves. Yeah, gacha was dumb. I agree, because those items were endgame items. Exactly, man. Like, none of that exists in KMS and Maple. None of it. We wouldn't have it. We wouldn't take that. Oh my goodness. People would crucify the developer if they introduced a gacha and said, hey, it costs you even $1 to get a chance to get the best item in the game. You are going against the philosophy of what makes old school MapleStory great and why people are playing old school MapleStory. It's not about that dollar. It's that you are trying to test the waters of my intelligence and basically saying you're too smart, you're too dumb anyway to notice. It's only $1. You think I'm stupid? It's only $1. Yeah, I know it's only $1, but it's the start. You're opening a realm to where now you have justifiable, like you have an excuse to do something more outrageous. Oh, it's only $5. It's if you want the best game item, just spend $5. What are you, a broke boy? No, everybody has $5, okay? Everybody has $5. If you have internet connection and you're playing MapleStory, everybody has $5. That's not what this is about. It's you're changing the game that I love and that I fell in love with, and you're monetizing off of it in a way where it challenges and corrupts the philosophy of what an MMO is and what MapleStory is. You're challenging the original design and the reason why we play MapleStory. Korean people will not have that, and we shouldn't either. I don't think gacha is going to happen sooner. I will be hanging out to see how awful it gets, but I will dip once it gets to pay to winning. Yeah, me too. I'm not gonna play something that's blatantly in my face telling me to pay money to enjoy the game. I'm not gonna do that. The only reason why gacha became popular is because of FM. People started overcharging for scrolls and items. I think Maple Classic intention is quick money grab for those nostalgic players. Also, this grind is fast. Holy, yeah, I told you. You know, when you play in a party setting, obviously I'm using 2EX coupons that they're giving out for this event right now. I'm really capitalizing on it. Man, is it fast. But training in a party is just, you can't beat it, you know? Being in a party, playing the game where it's party centric and party oriented is unbeatable. It's a lot more faster than we can imagine. You know? Especially people from the West who have never experienced something like this. Even without the 2EX coupons, I could probably grind here and get at least 40% to 50% EXP. Whereas if I was to solo grind here, I might get 15 to 20% if I'm lucky. So the difference is huge. It's huge. No more DK? No, I still have my DK. I'm just playing my Bandit today. You know, I like to switch things up, keep it interesting and fun, you know? Plans for when Classic is released. My plan for Classic is when it's released, I want to. Oh, subs. When it's released, I'm going to play with my buddies. Whoever's interested. I've asked like 10 people. All of them said yes, but that was 2 months ago. So we'll see. I think I'll have a decent amount of people that are going to be new to the game. Come join me and play MapleStory Classic. And I'm going to have a good time. That's the plan. And as for class, I want to play Crossbowman. But I'm going to... You know, a lot of things are going to hinge on how the game is released and what my friends are going to play. I want to play around my friends and elevate their experience and make sure they have a good time and kind of relive the nostalgia through them. Because for me, MapleStory Classic, yeah, it'll be fun and it'll be interesting, but I think it'll be more fun when I see my friends who are new to the game have fun. And instead of having 3 assassins, right, that'll be super boring. I want to play something that my friends don't play. So if one of them plays a crossbowman, then maybe I'll play I don't know, a fighter. I want to play a fighter. I also think ice lightning mages are pretty interesting. I've been thinking about that a lot. One thing I really don't want to play is a cleric. I've never wanted to play a cleric. I'm not a huge cleric guy. I think it's a little too dull for me, the playstyle. But we have a lot of, you know, I think at least one of my buddies will play a cleric. Because some people really like to play the support role and be a healer in an MMO. You know, everybody, you always have someone that wants to heal, right? And if I introduce a class and say, hey, this is the one and only healer class, I'm sure some of my friends are going to want to play that. So either a crossbowman for me or a fighter. I think I want to try fighter, crusader. Most selfless answer I've heard. I mean, it's true though. Don't you agree? If you're playing with your buddies, right? Don't you want to be that guy? Don't you want to be that guy? Like, instead of, you know, isn't it more fun to kind of watch all your buddies enjoy the game and elevate their experience? Second-hand experience is a real thing, right? I've played this game so many times that being in Hennessy's training ground for me is the norm. Going to the tree dungeon in Elenia to kill slimes, or going to the anthill to kill the zombie mushrooms and thorny mushrooms. All of these are experiences that I've had throughout my life. But for my friends, it's going to be their first. And it's going to be the first time they play the game. So the more variety they see, the better. I think it's fun. Let me know when you start Classic. I'll be the Night Lord in your group. I used to be top 200 to reach level 200 back in the day. Of course, man. Anybody's welcome to come play with us. Anybody's welcome to play with me and with us. I'm probably going to start a guild, and I've already had a lot of people show interest in wanting to join the guild and play with me. And you know, I think it'll be fun to do. It'll be fun to do as a streamer, to play with you guys, and eventually, hopefully, you know, I'm hopeful that we can eventually all go to Zach together. What was the cap for guild members again? I believe it's 50 when you first start out. It's either 40 or 50. I hope at least 100 spots. Seems like a lot of people want to join your guild. Yeah, but it's still, you know, a lot of people is still like 10 people. So let's say hypothetically all of my 10 friends play the game. That's 10, and then about 10 people in the stream have asked me to join the guild, and there's some people that I'm gonna reserve the spot for. Like Saga asked me way before, and you know, I want to reserve the spot for him. And then maybe Gremlin, you as well, because you guys are old-time viewers and consistent viewers, and I would like to play with you guys. There's a part of me that want to also play with you guys because I'm familiar with you guys, and you guys are, you know, you guys are essentially like my friends now. So definitely want to play with like-minded people and people that I'm familiar with. Same reason I started playing Bandit before Big Bang. Taking a noob to Zach for 1 million missiles was fun and back in the day. And that's an hour. In 1 hour, I almost got 90% EXP. Isn't that crazy?
200만. I wish Page White Knight Paladin was more support kind of warrior instead of damage dealer only. My fave role in RPG in general are support tanks. A lot of people say that. A lot of people want the Paladin to essentially be a little bit more supporty because their damage is less. Let me just post that we're looking for a party. And then we'll wait. I want to do one more time. So let's see if we can find the party here. Saga said, I'm really looking forward to playing. It'll be fun. You're gonna try classes that you've never played before. Great, man. I'm looking forward to it too. It'll be so fun to go to Zach with a lot of variety and all sorts of classes going to conquer Zach. You know, I think the only person that's really gonna be sweating and doing a lot of work is gonna be the priests. They have to keep us alive, but it'll be fun, man. Regardless, we'll get people that are like-minded and that are looking to have fun, all join and enjoy the game together. So if you guys, if you guys are all looking to join a guild where your priority is essentially having fun more than being a world first or trying to be efficient as possible, then I welcome you. I welcome you. 한국에 사는 외국 형님인가요? 한국말 잘하시네. 외국에 사는 한국인입니다. 반대로 되셨네. 외국에 사는 한국인. Private servers are kind of taboo subject. What are your thoughts on them? I'll answer that in a bit. I'm really interested to see what they change for third job advancement skills. I think that's going to be the big thing. Yeah, I think so too. I think how the third job advancement comes out is going to be like the change. Third job advancement has so many skills that are party oriented, and it really cements the class identity, in my opinion. So how they change, how the changes they make and how they release third job advancement and the skills within that third job advancement is going to be huge. Once we get a hint, once we get a little bit of a insight into how that's going to release, it's going to be really interesting to see. Private servers are kind of taboo subject. I think private servers are fine. You know, if you enjoy private servers, then you should play private servers. Looking for a party, but I think everybody's sleeping right now in Korea. I do think when MapleStory Classic comes out, all the private servers are going to essentially get cannibalized. So people playing in private servers right now, a lot of them will migrate to MapleStory Classic, and depending on how MapleStory Classic is going to be managed, people will either go back, people will not. I do think it's going to be a dark time for people like high-level players in Maple Legends, Maple Royals. These players might be the only players left for a while in that server. What are your thoughts on Cygnus? Honestly, I'm not a fan of Cygnus Knights. And I'll kind of briefly give you an example of why that is. So when you just had the adventure class in MapleStory, every class was so well designed and the class philosophy matched the game style, the gameplay, and their identity. So for example, let's take a look at
the brawler of Cygnus Knights. I think they were called Strikers or something like that. When you played a pirate buccaneer, essentially the knuckle class, where you're like in the face, infighter, buccaneer, whatever, all of the skills really matched with the class identity. The class design matched with the class identity, and for me that's huge, because when I think of a buccaneer, what do you guys think about? I think of a boxer. I think of someone that's in there boxing in the ring, getting up and personal and close. And when you played the pirate version, not the Cygnus Knight version, it really had that game style. It really had that play style. Screw punch, uppercut, back blow, somersault kick. All of these, you had to be in the face. But then what happened with Cygnus Knights? It completely forewent all of that class design and philosophy, and they released the class essentially as a buccaneer mage. It's an infighter mage. You're sending out a wave of yellow shark with electricity, and it's such a great mobbing skill, but at the end of the day, it just has a different effect, but it played just like, what can you say? It played just like a hermit with Avenger. You're jumping, you're throwing out a skill that goes through the enemies, or an iron arrow that goes through the enemies, and it clears out the mobs in that platform very efficiently. But at that point, I just feel like it doesn't match with the class identity. And Flame Wizard and Dawn Warrior, I believe they were called for Warrior version, these classes they were all essentially mages. They all had great mobbing skills. They strayed too far away from what the play style of the original adventurer classes. So for me, I'm not a huge fan of Cygnus Knight. Let's see what you guys said. 누가 봐도 토비 맥과이어 닮았는데 그런 말 많이 듣습니다. 근데 한국인입니다. 저는 혼혈인. What percentage of Maple Lane players are non-Korean, you think? Some probably asked before. Let me see. 일단 허밋 한 분 왔는데 몇 채지 여기가? PL89. What percentage of Maple Lane players are non-Korean, you think? I want to say almost everybody. Like high percentage of players are Koreans. You have to be, because of the stringent requirement to play this server, it's almost impossible if you don't speak Korean or if you're not Korean to play on this server. Cygnus Knights were the beginning of the dumb link skills. P servers were the only way I could play OSMS ever since BBB arrived, and I really thank them for that. Also, they were stinky. The shark skill for the Thunderbreaker was pretty cool though. 여러분들도 메이플랜드 엄청 하고 싶어 할 것 같네. 그쵸? 외국 시청자분들이, 미국에 계신 시청자분들이 메이플랜드를 보면 너무 좋아하시죠. 너무 하고 싶어 하시고. 안타깝죠? 미국에는 이런 서버가 존재하지 않는다는 게. 아, 허민님 다른 파티 구웠다고. 안타깝네. 구임글 계속 꾸준히 올려볼게요. So many people. I know you guys really want to play Maple Land, and I hope MapleStory Classic can really do well, so we can all enjoy in the West the old school MapleStory that you guys are yearning for, I feel like a terrible person, you know what I mean? I feel like a terrible person for saying this. I just don't have a lot of faith in Inkwell, guys. I don't. The release day is gonna be hype until that day. Yep. The release date will definitely be hype for sure.
Oh. Thank you. Let's see if anybody is messaging me. Nobody. This is the downside of playing Mapleland while you're living in the States. It's hard to find the party. 신비를 좀 신비. Can you explain what is Mapleland 2.0? Do you eat Korean food at home or Mexican food? I eat both, but I prefer Korean food. I think Korean food just tastes amazing. I love kimchi. I love soybean paste. I love red bean paste or red pepper paste. I love pork. I love beef. I love rice. Mexican food is like hit or miss for me. You know, I'm not a big fan of just the beans. I'm not also a fan of like pupusas or tortillas. Not a big fan. I like Korean food. Do you have any other social medias? I do. I have social medias just like you. Can you explain what is Mapleland 2.0? Okay, Mapleland 2.0 is a new version, is an updated version from Mapleland, the game that I'm playing now, where the developers are working together with Nexon Korea to better emulate the old school MapleStory that we loved and remember. So, for example, they're going to change the little things like swimming physics and aquarium, which is really minor, but the fact that they're giving that much attention to details is a good sign that they're really passionate about Mapleland. And the fact that Nexon is stepping in to help them create Mapleland 2.0 is another great sign, because it shows that Mapleland is doing really well. As a healthy population, it's been going on for 2+ years, going on its 3rd year now, and I don't see this game ever dying out or becoming stagnant. There's so many players, there's a lot of players during the day. All the channels are red, so Mapleland 2.0 essentially will fix those little bugs in the game, like emulating the old school MapleStory in-game physics. What else are they fixing? They're bringing back, they're fixing, they're not really fixing because nothing's really wrong with it, but they're bringing back the old algorithm for rush and charge for 4th job advancement as warriors. I really don't know what the difference is, but a lot of players, the community, have noticed that and brought it to attention that it's not the same, or it's not the way it should be. So developers are taking note of that and they're making changes to that. Does your girl make Korean? Is your wife Mexican? My wife is Salvadoran.
Does your girl make Korean food though? She does. She actually learned how to make Korean food, and she can make some really good Korean food. She can make bulgogi. She likes bulgogi. She likes what is it? Galbijim. She likes galbi tang, which is galbi stew. She likes galbi. She likes kimchi. Just being around me, she started to really enjoy Korean food a lot more. You know, I think prior to me, she had more of a Western taste bud. So when she goes to go get Korean, and even now, she's not gonna eat the most authentic Korean food because she just doesn't have the taste bud for it. Whereas me, I'll eat a beef intestine. You know, I'll eat pig intestine. I'll eat pig feet and all of these stuff. Chicken feet. I'll eat anything. She's more specific on the Korean food that she likes. Do you care to share your Insta? My Insta is private, and I don't think I'm going to. I think maybe in the future, maybe through a membership of some kind, once I get close with certain people, I'll have them follow me on Instagram. But for now, I keep that private because there's a lot of personal stuff on my Instagram, like my family pictures and, you know, my personal beliefs, stuff like that I don't necessarily want to share with strangers. Will the EXP rate for Classic be the same as it was years ago, or will it be a little easier to level? I think it will be easier to level in a sense that some people are saying the party buff, if you're in a party with other people, it gives more bonus EXP. So maybe in that sense it'll be easier to level, but I think the EXP rate will be the same as how it was in old school MapleStory. 구인글 한 번 더 올렸고, Elnath is peak Maple for me. Good memories. Of course, Elnath is a great place to be. Uh-oh. My guy here is AFK. Uh-oh. Hello. One person reached out. 이 L89 Have I ever been married in MapleStory? I haven't yet. I have yet to be had a marriage in this game. Kind of like out of my interest a little bit, but also never got to it. I think a lot of people married for the buff that it gave or something like that. I'm not a fan of paying $50 for an in-game marriage, and I didn't like the fact that there was a paywall to get an item that you could only get through marriage. Isn't that pay to win? You know, isn't that the definition of pay to win? Not a fan. This melon though, this melon is really good. Oh.
hell? Or he logged out. You married that one girl, she showed you what she looked like, the rest was history. I never married her. Let's be clear, I never married her, but I was in love with her. My 10-year-old self was in love with the cleric, a female cleric, and then I got a glimpse of what she looked like, and then I said, you know, maybe I'm too young to be in love. I think back the days when most of us were in puberty, we loved the attention we got from a potential girl there. Yeah, it was more for entertainment. I like your thoughts, opinion, and passion for Maple. It brings me back. That ring said, how do you find the time to grind? Do you have job outside of streaming too? I do. I just manage my businesses, and then hopefully in the future streaming can be another stream of income that I. How would you rank your language proficiency across English, Korean, Spanish? It's amazing that you're a polyglot. I would say my Korean, like let's for the sake of understanding and clarity, let me put it on a scale. I would say my Korean is on a scale of 1 through 10, probably a 7. I would say my English, I'm pretty literate, so I would say my English is around 9. I do have an issue like stuttering and hesitating on what I want to say. Like I do struggle with that. I need to be a better speaker. And then my Spanish, probably like a 5. I can hold down basic conversations. I can understand basic conversation. But the thing about Spanish is very colloquial, right? There is no universal Spanish language. And not to be racist or anything, but a lot of Spanish countries are still developing. And because of that, the universal Spanish language that is spoken is not the same language that you get taught in school. So you get taught in school a textbook level of Spanish, then you go to Peru and you try to speak to a local, they speak Spanish, you try to speak to a local Peruvian and you don't understand what they're saying, right? It's the same thing with Mexico. Like when I went to Colombia and I went to a university area in Colombia and I ordered Starbucks, I could understand everything. But the issue with all the Spanish-speaking countries is that majority of them have highly educated people in a concentrated area, and outside of that, it's very, very rural. Like they're stuck back in time, and the Spanish that they speak, it's hard to understand. You know, it's very colloquial. Did you show her what you look like first? I never showed her what I look like. I saw her, and that was it, man. 오케이, 구인글 한 번 더 올렸습니다. 구해볼게요. It's hard to find the party right now. Did she have a beard? No, she just, you know, she looked very different. You know, you gotta remember I was 10 years old, right? So she was also 10 years old. And when she looked very pretty. Her character looked very pretty from a 10-year-old's perspective. She was a female in a game. She had her character all dressed up in NX items. And at the time I had no NX items, and she was getting a lot of attention from other guys. And you know, I was just that young kid, like, man, I wish I could be her boyfriend. I want to be her boyfriend. And I don't know how, but I think she shared her photo or whatever. And then I saw her and I was like, yeah,
I remember thinking to myself, "Oh, that's a break of an illusion. My fantasy just got shattered." And from then on, we were strictly what's the word? What's the word that I'm looking for? Strictly friends, but damn, I can't think of the word. I know the word, but essentially we were just strictly friends from that. Some honeydew for you. Let's see if anybody messaged. Hard to find a party. Yeah, nobody's messaging me. Platonic, yes. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Chemin. Couldn't think of that word for a second. Strictly platonic. Platonic. Nah, I don't think I broke her heart. Nah, she did not, like, the feelings were not mutual. She got so much attention from guys in the game that I was probably just one of the few. And from her perspective, she probably looked at me and had no interest because I had no cool customization items like the other guys that were giving her attention. You know what I mean? So let's see. We're gonna try to go to Forest of the Dead 2 now because we can't find anybody. Ooh. The Forest of the Dead Trees 2 is a lot easier to find people because here, when you... What is this place called in English? 차디찬 벌판. Direct translation would be a very cold ice plain. Cold ice plain. Anybody know what this map is called in English? I'm sure some of you know. Anyway, if I want a party grind here, I need a party of 6. Right? That's how the party training is ran, or party grinding is ran here. But if I go to Forest of the Dead Trees 2, we only need 4 people in a party to get the ball rolling. So we're going to see if we can find people for that. Something tells me it's gonna be hard to find someone. cleaning supply.
I had a girlfriend at the time when I was like 10 as well. My older friend Tommy stole her from me and I hated him. Good times. Are you talking about in MapleStory? Dang, dude. Your older friend Tommy did you dirty, man. He was a cleric, no NX. Pretty sure she saw her on MySpace or something. Man, Tommy did you dirty, man. But hey, we were so young, you know? Do you think it will be Classic Plus with new maps and content? Or only the standard for now? I think at the initial launch, you'll probably have the hollow ground or hollowed forest. So it'll essentially feel like a Classic Plus. But a lot of the OG maps will stay intact. You know what I mean? So Genesis, Perion, Kerning City, Lith Harbor. All of these maps will still exist with the extension of hollowed forest or hollowed fields. I think that's how they're gonna do it. So it'll feel like a Classic Plus, and I think that's how they're going to develop the game too as time goes on. Judging by what Inkwell said in the interview, he doesn't want to do a direct one-to-one recreation of the game, but he wants to essentially do a reattempt. So, oh my goodness, these things right here, the tails of White, Fang, and Hector's, they sell for a lot of money. I'm about to make a lot of money selling. There's a market for them because you can give it to Charlie at Orbis for a 500 EXP and a random reward. And a lot of new players, when they create their secondary or tertiary classes or characters, they'll essentially use these tails to boost their character from like level 10 to 30 or 25 in an instant. They'll just continuously give these tails to Charlie, and it's like instant. 500 EXP, 500 EXP, 500 EXP, and it's extremely fast. Give me a second, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I don't think we're gonna be able to find a party. It's gonna be hard. Let's see. Let's go do these. Let's go do the event. Wait, someone said use double stab here, that it's better. Oh, it is better. They have the same sound effect as the pigs in Victoria Island. Come on, give me an EXP. EXP. None of them? No EXP. Oh, EXP. Oh, I can't pick it up. No. Oh my god. Oh, my EXP. This. Don't really matter. Ooh. Oh, I see. They also give a 10% scroll, so it's... They gave me an orange juice too, which is a limited time item. Interesting. Okay. We're gonna try the belt for luck 10% on this event belt that we get. It's limited time, I figured. That's fine. Let's see, 10%. Let's go. Oh yeah. That's what I expected. Again, that's what I expected. Hey, the next one will be a banger. I'm just setting myself up. That's what that means. Ah, how unlucky, huh? Super unlucky to have two 60%s also pop after a 10% pop. Whatever, man. I'm gonna make space this time. Go. One more time. You got this. EXP, nice. Guaranteed level up. All that gambler's fallacy. Exactly, bro. Wait, I can't pick this up? Why doesn't it stack? You would think it would stack. Come here, piggy. One more. Oh, damn. Okay, well, I'm about to level up for sure. Let's go. Nice. We're just gonna put our points into steel. Man. The fact that, like, I'm looking at steel now, and I looked at steel in the leaked video from Classic MapleStory and how much of a buff it got, it's just crazy to me. How much the game, how much more useful steel is going to be. And looking at it now, I think it's a good thing. This is such a useless skill. At level 10, it has a 20% success rate of stealing an item with 60% damage. Who uses that, really? Like, I'm just using it, I'm just leveling it because it's better than endure. You know? Like, why do I have an endure in the second skill? You know what I mean? That should be a first job advancement skill.
Okay, we're gonna put 5 into luck. Just get some damage boost there. And let's see. One of each. Ooh. Nice. I got a questionable bag. It's supposed to spawn a bunch of little meaningless mobs. Let's just use it here. Let's see what we get. A random blue mushroom in Elnath. Look, I have friends now. That's cute. That's cute. Let's use our new, not new, but let's use steel. Nothing. Okay. Let's see if we got any messages on Discord. I would love to party train. EXP R 기타탄 한 개씩 차지해서 여유 공간을 많이 가져야 한다. Bro, where are you from? I'm from well, that's a hard question. Where am I from? I'm Korean. I'm Korean American. I was born in Korea. Bro, does your wife bring you food? El Salvadorian women are known for treating their husband well. She does. She brings me food, she brings me fruit, she makes me coffee in the morning. She's very nice. Sweet lady. I think I might have to solo grind. I think Flink Flank went to bed. I think he fell asleep. Oh, never mind. He's still here. Am I currently in Korea? No. I am currently in United States. Are you in the East Coast or West Coast? I am in the East Coast. I would love to be in the West Coast, if I'm being honest with you. I love California. It's too expensive though, you know? Those of you guys that live in California, I'm very jealous. Like, it's extremely cold here right now. Okay. 3, 4, 5. Let me get rid of these. There's a market for these for Hector's tail, and I can sell it for 300 a pop, which is a lot of money. You know, they originally sell for 60 cents, 60 mesos to an NPC, but people will buy it for 300 meso per pop. So let's do quick math here. If I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 1,000, right? What is 1,000 times 300, guys? 3,000, 30, 3,000, 30,000. 3,000, 30,000, 300,000, correct? Let me just double check. 300K. Just like that. 300K. Send that off. I think there's a market for a white one too. Planning to move over in the future? I would love to. But it's so expensive. I don't know how you guys can afford living in California. You know what I mean? This guy is buying at 180 per pop. Sell these. Oh, I have a lot, huh? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1,400 at, he's buying them for 180 a pop times 180, 252,000. There we go. I got my space opened up, ready for the next party. 튜블링이 좌2. 오케이. 윙글 한 번 더 올리겠습니다. 또 한 거 같은데. I plan to move over. I don't know about the others, but I can. I live off crypto investments. Nice, man, but it's definitely expensive. Man, I always find it super impressive the dedication that Korean gamers put into the games. I love that, playing late nights, etc. 프랑크님 차벌. 아, 차벌 구하시는 거구나. I agree, you know, I think the gaming culture in Korea is very different from the gaming culture in the West, right? So a lot of Koreans take the game very seriously. It's almost like a second life, almost like a second job to them. So you can definitely see the difference. I just think it's impressive too how Korean gaming community get together to create party training methods and they analyze together on efficient ways to grind together. With the new Crimson Wood map that came out, they're already, I think they're basically done analyzing the map and they already like party together. Apparently one of my guild member who's a level 160 hero said that a lot of warriors are having their second, if not their first moment where they're being treated like kings. Because in Mapleland, if you play a warrior, a lot of people don't want to invite you into a party. because you know your melee class, and it's better to them. It's better to invite an assassin or a bowman or an archer or even a wizard who can mob at a distance more efficiently. Characters like bandits, and especially bandits, they're super short reach. Their reach is very short. They're melee, and they don't have good mobbing skills, right? They don't have multi-target hitting skills, and for that reason, players tend to stray away. They like to keep at a distance from bandits and warriors, especially bandits, but warriors too. Warriors, because they don't have haste. At least bandits have haste. But when you get to like high level, a lot of warriors, especially now with the Crimson Wood release, they're getting treated like kings. A lot of people are looking for warriors to come and party with them, especially Dark Knights, because they have hyper body to keep them safe. And mobs at Crimson Wood hit like a truck, like 4k, 5k, 3k. It's insane. And a lot of archers and assassins have a hard time grinding there without hyper body. So ready for Classic to come out so I can play Bandit. There you go. Go, man. Bandits are super fun. I mean, I love playing the Bandit. I love MapleStory in general, and that's probably why I don't mind playing a character that's kind of inefficient, I guess. I don't feel like it's a hassle or a drag. You know, I really just kind of chill out and enjoy the game. And for that reason, I can play a Bandit no problem. But Bandits especially, I think it's way more interactive and more fun to play. Once you hit third job and you learn Assaulter, and you guys will see, when I hit level 70 on this Bandit, 70, 71, and you guys will see when I play Romeo and Juliet Party Quest, when I start doing that very fun party quest, I'm so excited to show you guys, because it'll be a huge nostalgia for you guys as well. I think Bandits are one of the most fun classes. I would play Maple Worlds, but I don't want to burn myself out before Classic comes out. Bandit is going to be strong. Bandit is going to be strong in Classic, 100%. Skill looks the best as well. Oh yeah, 100%. They're so fancy. Bandits are so fancy, and I think the developers wanted to make it a little bit more fancy because they're very limited, really. Like, their kit is limited to the point that when people play Thieves with the intention of playing Bandit, they'll almost always do the fusion thief, going the claw and throwing stars build until they get to about level 50, and then they'll actually start, you know, being a dagger bandit. But they're so fancy. Everything about them is so cool and fancy. What are you most looking forward to in Classic versus where you're playing now? I'm looking forward to playing with my buddies, 100%. And also trying out the changes that are coming in MapleStory Classic. I think it'll be interesting and really fun. But most importantly is, like, I'm very excited to play with the people that are watching my stream, and also my friends that are going to be playing the game. And the fact that it's a going to be a brand new server, right? Brand new game means there's some element of fun that comes with that too when the game is brand new. Everything is gonna be, you know, like every item that gets dropped by a monster is essentially gonna have a market. Someone's gonna wanna buy that level 40 warrior top that got dropped from killing Cold Eyes. Someone's really gonna want to buy, you guys remember the shield, the pan lid? The pot lid pan or pot cover? Like I don't know what it's called in English, but it's a level 10 shield. And before Esther and Mystic shields came out, a lot of bandits too, before these bandit specific shields came out, you could get a level 10 shield from killing green mushrooms in Genesis Training Ground 1. And they used to be extremely expensive because they were so rare. And it was a unique shield, right? You couldn't buy it from an NPC. And, you know, I'm just excited for all of that, for the market to be fresh and new. How do they coordinate? Like Discord, Reddit? The Korean people coordinate through mostly Discord. And then they have their own form of Reddit called DC Insider. Where it kind of is like Reddit, but I don't really participate, so I don't know too much. I usually just Discord. I am excited to start playing again, but I am afraid of the grind. I had time when I was 12, but at 34 now I have 2 kids. Yeah, I hear you. But, you know, I think you just have to make the most of your time, you know? Like, maybe there will be times when your wife take the kids out, or maybe there will be times where when you do have that 2 hours or even 1 hour, you can just play and log in and chat with your guild members. And, you know, if you have to solo play, then that's what you have to do. You really have to play the class that fits your lifestyle and your life situation. If you don't have much time to play, then maybe you should play something like a White Knight or a Paladin, who are well equipped for solo grinding, Ice Lightning mages, Fire Poison mages. You could play whatever you want, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, if you want to be efficient, right? Like, if you want to make the most of your time. But I think at the end of the day, you should play what really calls out to you. And I have a lot of bots, huge market for real money making. Yeah. And that's the thing here in Maple Land too. A lot of clerics, they're called rice. They're called, you know, like clerics. Clerics are clerics, right? But in Korea, it's called spelled like this. And they have this reputation that they're only played to make money. And back in the day when Meso was more scarce, a lot of clerics played clerics to make money in the game. You could give service like what Fling Flank is doing here, and you paid the cleric a certain amount of Meso to do 1 hour of grinding together as a party by giving them holy symbol. It's a established training method that exists in Maple Land. Now Meso has come down a lot because so much has been, like, a lot of Meso has been, I guess, mined, for the lack of better term, and item prices are dropping down. Meso to Korean currency won has been dropping down a lot. Like, for example, you could get 1 million Meso for, let's say, 10,000 won back in the day. Now it's like 5,000, and it continuously drops because more players are coming into the game. More items that are expensive are being looted and being mined and farmed. And what that does is it brings the economy down slightly. But what hasn't kept up is the price that the priests charge per hour to give their service. But initially it was really good at making money, right? So their name in Korean, their job name, cleric, is spelled this way. But people call them sallerik. Sal equals rice, right? So instead of cleric, they put sallerik, which means, like, sal right here is rice plus cleric. Meaning they play clerics to earn themselves a bag of rice and essentially make a living. We have stuff like that here too in Mapleland, and although it's kind of coming down now, and most clerics, and because of that, like a lot of clerics are scarce in the game, unfortunately. It's a little scarce, but you can still find clerics doing cleric things. And yeah, that's kind of the culture that kind of existed. It didn't really break the game though, per se. It's just a different way that people, it's the way that people play the game and, you know, try to make money in the game. It's kind of funny a little bit. And that culture is so established and adopted that people make their characters into, you know, it's just like fire poison mages. When they make fire poison mages, they say, what do you know, their ID is 몰봐 or 지나가라 or 건들지 마라, you know, like all these things. It essentially means, what are you looking at? Just pass on by. Don't look at me funny. There's a lot of fire poison mages in the game that use these names in the game, which is a representation. They have adapted the culture. They have, like, essentially it's an established culture that exists, a subculture that exists in the game amongst players, that if you play a fire poison mage, you're a little bit more aggressive, right? And it's the same thing for clerics. When you see cleric players in Mapleland, their name says 쌀캐러 왔다 or 쌀내리, you know, like, I'm here for the rice, I'm trying to farm some rice, number 1 rice cleric, stuff like that. It's really interesting. Imagine a random Mapler passing by and reading that. Here, I'll show you an example. It's actually pretty funny. I have a screenshot. Let me see if I can show you guys. I actually took a picture. Maybe I got rid of it, unfortunately. Yeah, I had a photo of a fire poison mage, and his name was Don't Mess With Me. His name was literally Don't Mess With Me. And he was just sitting there, and he was AFK. You know, usually the culture is, if you're AFK, that channel is yours, right? If you AFK for a certain amount of time, then you can't be an owner of that map. You kind of relinquish the ownership of the map. But what happened with me, I got there and there was a fire poison mage with the name just pass on by, don't mess with me type of vibe. And I looked at him and I was like, hey, he's AFK, but do I really want to just, you know, maybe he just went to the bathroom real quick, he comes back. I don't want him to, I don't want to be, I just don't want to mess with him, you know? I just don't want to mess with him. Let me just pass on by. Let me just not mess with him. And I gave him I just didn't even farm there. It was just not worth it, man. He was dressed up like a clown. His name was Mess With Me and You'll Find Out. Something of that sort in Korean. And I didn't want to mess around and find out. I didn't want to go into his death note. I didn't want to go in his black book where he can track me and come mess with me and just make my life miserable. Not worth it. You know what I mean? He probably had like all his fire poison friends ready to attack you if you confronted him. I mean, he could do it himself. He could, one man can take on an entire clan of people. Now, maybe he'll feel the pressure of everybody coming at him, but his kid is equipped that he could do it all by himself. What's the AFK map time in rule for Maple Land? There's really no not that I'm aware of, but there is no timer per se. It's usually like when you get there and he's AFK for like 10 seconds and you can tell he's not on his keyboard and he's not there. Maybe he's occupied with something else, then you can just start farming. Crazy people, not just in real world, but in Maple too. Yeah. You can still find player in Maple Land. Yep, you can. Watch this. See, I can find people, and that's what they'll do. They will make your life miserable. Now, most of them are human. Let's get that. You know, let's be honest. Let's be factful, right? Let's be honest about that. Is like they're not demons, right? They're still human beings. They're just a little bit more aggressive and blunt and vulgar, and they're very brazen. So if there's like a dispute, it's just better not to do it. And they don't go out of their way to make your life miserable. Some will. Some are actual psychos. But then I've seen a Night Lord and Hermits do the same thing too. Different channel too? I think so. I think you can look them up and it'll show you that they're in a different channel. So let's say you're in a Fire Poison Mages Black Book, right? You're on their tracking list. They'll just come online and see that, oh, this dude is online in channel 54 in Elnath. You wait right there, dude. I'm coming for you. I'm coming to fart all over your map, and you know what? You're just gonna leech me. What happens, man? What happens? And to them, that's their joy. So you gotta ask yourself, well, why can't you just CC? Why can't you keep running away from them? At some point, you want to enjoy the game to train your character and grind and have fun. Your method of having fun is not running away from the Fire Poison Mage. It's actually annoying, and it gets to a point where, you know, it gets exhausting. But to a Fire Poison Mage, that's fun. To them, it's fun that they're chasing you around and making your life miserable. Actual IRL psycho mentality, you know? Oh, for Artale, you can't find the player in different channel. I think you can here. It says, I just looked up a guy that used Megaphone, and I looked him up and he says he's in channel PL10. So I know for a fact he's online. Have you had to deal with a Fire Poison Mage chasing you? No, thank God, no. I really am non-confrontational, man. Like, that sounds like a nightmare, honestly. Artale don't allow KS. Player will get suspended for 48 hours, so they remove fine player. Oh, wow. But, I don't know. Controversial take, but I think that's all part of the fun, really. Let people have their identity. Let people be crazy in the game. It's like taking away Xbox Live voice chat where everybody was dropping the N-word, calling each other slurs, KYS, and all sorts of negative things. Yeah, it's toxic, but you know, as long as you're not too sensitive and you can understand that you don't have to take it personally and you don't have to be, you know, you can just kind of ignore that, or if you don't think it's funny, mute, whatever it is. But completely removing it and suspending that, I just think you're taking away an element of fun and humanity out of the game. And most people just, you're pushing the game towards more solo grinding, solo-centric gameplay. Wow, so much faster with the party. Yeah, it's a lot faster with the party. Because you got to think about it. You're clearing in a party. You're clearing the entire map within 5 seconds, maybe. All the monsters in this map, and there's a lot of monsters in this map, are getting cleared out within 6 to 10 seconds, right? Everybody's doing their best to clear out their own platform, and all that EXP is shared. And you can see here, just like how they're gonna have it in MapleStory Classic, they have a party bonus EXP as well. And then you have a priest that's getting paid by everyone to give holy symbol. So that EXP just gets incredibly boosted compared to if you're solo grinding. And that's why they have the name Rice Cleric, because this is the service they offer. They go around helping young players, new players, or lower level players. They're helping them level, but they're collecting money. It's a service, right? This is what clerics do. This is what priests do. They're earning their money. For us, it's good because honestly, the money we pay is recuperated at the end of the run. At the end of 1 hour, you've probably made more than what you paid the cleric. So it works out. All these little items like Hector's tail and White Fang's tail have an economy, have a market surrounding them. So as you collect items, and on top of that, if you get lucky enough to get a loot, you know, now you've made money. It's a really great system. A really great system, and it's something that needs to get adopted into the Western, into the West. 치프 너무 힘들어 보인다. 그렇게 힘들진 않아요. 즐기면서 하는 거라. 저번에 불화동에서 전붕이 키우던 분이다. 저번에 불화동에서 한번 뵙던 분이신 것 같은데 방송에 어서오세요. 안 주무시고 늦게까지 일어나 계시네. 시프가 3차까지는 힘들어도 4차 찍으면 매력이 있다. 옛날엔 되게 힘들다고 했는데 지금 딱 육성하기 좋은 것 같아요. 그 골드리치의 나침반 이벤트가 경험치 올려주는 게 굉장히 짤짤하고 좋아가지고 3차만 찍어도 정말 재밌을 것 같아요. 지금 딱 이 시기가 제일 힘든 것 같고, 여기만 지나면 이제 나중에는 파티 찾아다니면서 돈이 많이 들 것 같긴 하지만, 최대한 그 로미오와 줄리엣 파티 캐스트 하면서 육성하고, 네, 어설터 써가면서 스턴 걸면서 사냥하면서 어떻게든 버텨야죠. 한국에 사시나요? 미국에 삽니다. 한국말 왜 이렇게 잘하세요? 한국에서 태어난 한국인입니다. 방송이 끊기거나 그런 건 없죠? 요즘은 시프를 알아도 예전만큼은 아닐걸요? 예전에는 시프를 키울 수는 있어도 이걸 4차까지 달린다? 정신병자라고 한다. 그럼 전 정신병자인가요? 난 시프 재밌는데? 영어도 발음이 거의 모국어처럼 하신다. 영어도 이제 고등학교부터는 미국에 와서 생활을 했기 때문에 영어도 무리 없이 하는 것 같아요. 아, 예전엔 그만큼 힘들었다. 예전에는 이제 파티 사냥이나 이런 게 없었더라면 많이 힘들긴 했을 것 같아요. 지금은 체계적으로 뭔가 파티 시스템이나 이런 게 잘 되어 있어가지고 육성이 그나마 쉬운 것 같은데, 시프라는 직업 자체가 일단 손도 굉장히 짧고 다른 직업들보다 제일 짧잖아요. 한송검 나이트라고 하면 모를지라도 단검을 가진 직업이기 때문에 위치가 굉장히 짧잖아요. 이 위치가. 그래서 그만큼 힘든 것 같고, 그리고 또 2차에서는 다수의 몬스터를 공격하는 스킬이 없기 때문에 좀 힘든 것 같긴 한데, 힘든 것보다 그냥 지루하다고 보면 되겠죠. 요즘은 파티 사냥 개념이 많이 잘 돼 있어가지고 할만한 것 같은데. 혼혈이신가요? 네, 혼혈입니다. 4차 하면 할만하다. 4차 하면 좋긴 한데 저는 3차부터 진짜 재밌을 것 같아요. 시프 마스터인데 96인데 슬슬 정신병 걸릴 것 같다. 96이면 어디서 파티 사냥을 하시지? 불어전 가시나? 불어전하고 또 어디 가시나? 96이면 숟갈도 가시나? 숟갈도 가겠다. 이분 저번에도 새벽 방송하시던데 외국인이면 시차 때문에 시청자 시간대 맞추기 힘들다. 그래도 새벽에 많이들 보시더라고요, 한국분들이. 보시던 분이 다시 오시고 또 오시고 하시고 같이 좋은 시간을 보내고 해요, 시청자분들과. 여러분들도 새로 오신 분들도 구독 한번 하시고 저랑 같이 놀러 오셔서 메이플 얘기뿐만 아닌 인생 이런저런 얘기도 같이 하고 하면 참 좋을 것 같네요. 이거 메이플 클래식인가 메이플랜드인가요? 메이플랜드입니다. 형님 2.0 언제쯤 나올 거라고 예상하시나요? 2.0이요? 잘 모르겠는데 이제 빨리 나왔으면 좋겠네요. 잘 모르겠어요, 솔직히. 오, 하얀님이 뭘 좀 아시네. 그 약간 모모가 GTA 6보다 나왔다, 이게 약간 밈이거든요. 미국에서 존재하는. 이번 연도쯤에 나올 것 같다, 2.0. 그러니까 이게 미국에는 GTA 아시죠, 여러분들? 한국에도 GTA라는 게임이 유명해서 아실 텐데 GTA 6가 지금 땅이 안 나오고 있잖아요. 아마 출시일은 공개된 것 같은데 지금은 한동안은 막 이랬거든요. 한동안은 무슨 정말 이상한 일이 세상에서 생기면 GTA 6 나오기 전보다 이런 일이 생겼다. 근데 2.0이 GTA 6 나오기 전에 나올지. GTA 6 아마 이번 올해 후반기에 나온다고 알고 있는데, 그쵸? 많이들 하실 것 같은데. GTA는 너무 미뤄졌다. 엄청 미뤘죠. 근데 그만큼 신경을 써야 하고, 아무래도 굉장한 팬층을 가지고 있기 때문에, 그리고 사람들이 좋게 보잖아요, GTA. 실망시키지 않으려고 열심히 하시는 것 같아요. 그만큼 신경도 쓰고 하는 것 같아요. 아, 근데 GTA 6 나오면은 한번 기록도 한 번 더 찍겠다, 그쵸? 기록 분명히 찍을 것 같은데, 많은 기록들. 제가 방송 월요일에서 토요일 한국 시간 기준으로 저녁 11시부터 하고 있는데 주로 한 새벽 4시까지 하거든요. 오늘 같은 날은 조금 넘을 수도 있고 어떤 날은 조금 늦게 시작하니까 더 할 때도 있고 한데 같이 오셔서 즐기면서 얘기하면 참 좋을 것 같아요. 게타가 망작이에요, 망작. 보여주기 창피할 만큼의 망작인데 078 럭이. 직작은 아니고 제가 무자본이라 좋은 게타를 살 돈이 없어서 요즘 많은 유저분들이 사수도 많이 육성하고 단검 도적도 많이 육성한다고 들었는데 그래서 그런지 물가가 굉장히 비싸요. 아이템들이 단검이나 석궁이나. 그래서 게타를 좀 좋은 걸로 사려고 했는데 80까지만 뻑이면 제가 용청권을 직작할 생각이 있어서 일단 80까진 뻑이자. 이거 전에는 태극 부채를 썼거든요. 근데 화이트팽이 2방컷을 내려면 베타로 바꿔야 할 것 같아가지고 그냥 저렴한 거 하나 샀습니다. 저도 미국 사는데 매일 VPN으로 하는 중. 메이플랜드 재밌죠. 메이플랜드 안 하긴 아쉽죠. 그쵸? 지금 차벌에서 경치 몇 드나요? 한 1시간에 100만 정도 먹는 것 같아요. 100만 정도. 100만 조금 넘게? 경험치 쿠폰 안 쓰고.
형님 목소리 좋아서 ASMR로 틀어두고 자도 되겠다. 감사합니다. 저도 56 싶은데 차벌 몇 대 갈 수 있나요? 시프가 좀 어려운 게 일단 사람들이 시프를 잘 안 받아주려고 해요. 네, 가서 주무세요. 빠이빠이. 저도 그 시프가 일단 좀 안타까운 게 사람들한테 많이 거부를 받거든요. 파티를 들어가고 싶어서 지원 이력서를 넣어도 시프라는 이름만 보고 일단 찝으시는 분들이 많기 때문에 저는 차벌을 60대 거의 겨우겨우 온 것 같아요. 60 이하로는 잘 안 받아주더라고요. 56이시면 아마 죽습 가시는 게 어떨까 생각합니다. 죽습이 좀 나을 것 같아요. 56이시면 일단 죽습이 솔프라는 것보단 잘 오르기도 하고 사냥도 괜찮으니까 거기 짧은 거기가 어디지? 좌인가? 좌이에 좀비 3마리씩 젠되는 곳이 있거든요. 거기 가셔서 사냥하시는 거 추천드려요. 맨 초기에는 요람 1황이었는데 근데 경치 참 좋네요, 그쵸 여러분? The view is just amazing. Look at the mountain. Look at the snowy mountain in the background. Beautiful. I like how they have different resolutions. Like they added a layer of depth in 3D with the resolution that they picked. So you have very clear resolution on the platform here, right? And then you have the trees that are somewhat pixelated. And then you have the mountains in the background that are very pixelated, giving the illusion that they're far away. 여기 보시면 경치가 굉장히 아름다운데 보시면 제가 서 있는 발판은 깔끔하게 뚜렷하게 표출이 되지만 그 바로 뒤에 있는 여기 나무들을 보시면 약간 화질이 안 좋아지면서 그 뒤에 있는 산맥들은 완전히 저화질로 나오게 되잖아요. 근데 이게 3D의 그 느낌을 주는데 굉장히 예쁘고 잘한 것 같아요. 이런 2D 사이드 스크롤링 게임에서 이런 느낌 주기 어려운데 이런 것까지 보면은 정말 잘 만든 게임인 것 같다는 느낌이 다시 한번 들게 되네요. 게임이 재밌기도 하고 그쵸? 경치도 좋고 뭔가 뻥 뚫린 느낌이라서 좋고 시원하고 어디냐 그 리플에서 사냥할 때는 이런 느낌 좀 받기 힘들거든요. 리플에는 일단 좋은 게 햇빛이 들어오는 게 참 좋은데 그쵸? 그 이렇게 화면 위쪽에서 내려오는 햇빛이 딱 내려오는 게 너무 예쁘고 보기 좋은데 간만에 엘나스 와서 사냥하니까 이것도 좋은 것 같아요. It does look pretty sick. 조니님 구독자 900 넘으셨네요. 빠르다. 열심히 하고 있습니다, 제가. 한국말 되게 잘하신다. 안얼루기? 안얼루기가 뭐죠? 안어울리게인가? 안어울리게? I'm Korean American and your Korean is better than mine. Really impressed. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. You know? You just gotta spend more time with me and your Korean will improve. Come hang out in my stream. I talk in Korean like half the time when I'm doing my live stream. So we'll play MapleStory together and you'll learn Korean. It's a win-win. A double win, actually. You get to play MapleStory and learn Korean. What a deal, man. What a deal. There's times when I also do like educational segments with my viewers. So my Korean is okay, but when I try to handle topics that I'm not familiar with, or not familiar with, but high level topics that require high level vocabulary, you know, I stutter a lot, and I sometimes can't think of the right word in Korean, right? And there's times when the Korean viewers teach me Korean and vice versa, I teach them English. You know, we have a good time. We have a good time in this stream. Good energy, good vibes. What state am I from? I'm in Virginia. You're from New York, Long Island. Nice, man. I hope you're staying warm during the storm and staying safe. I know you guys got hit pretty hard up there. I think Maine actually got hit harder than you guys, but you're still up in the Northeast. Virginia, we got hit decently hard in this snowstorm. We got about 8 inches, maybe 8 to 10 inches of snow, and then freezing rain on top of that, so all the snow was frozen. VPN 써도 렉 없는 게 신기하다. VPN이 접속할 때만 켜고 접속이 다 완료되면은 VPN을 꺼도 그대로 진행이 돼요, 게임. 지금 보니까 마나 엘릭서를 다 써가는데 이거 큰일이네요. 몇 분까지지 우리? 40분까지인데 30분이나 20분 남았거든요? 20분 못 버틸 것 같은데 나. 핑이 높으면 몹이 늦게 죽거나 할 텐데, 그게 이제 설명을 좀 하자면 그러니까 서버에서 입력되는, 그러니까 그게 두 가지로 나뉘거든요. 몬스터가 죽는 거는 몬스터 죽는 거, 그러니까 서버에서 일어나는 일들은 대체적으로 렉이 없고, 그게 무슨 뜻이냐면 몬스터 죽는 거, 그리고 내가 몬스터한테 박히는 거, 그런 거에는 렉이 없지만 내 캐릭터에서 내가 하는 거, 내 캐릭터에서 일어나는, 내가 입력해서 내 캐릭터에서 서버로 입력하는 데는 핑이 있어가지고 물약 먹는 거, 아이템 줍는 거 이런 데서는 그 렉이 있거든요. 생유. 아 역시 플랑크님. 특배로 보내줘요? 아니요, 괜찮습니다. 플랑크님이 커버해 주셔서. 그래서 펜만 있으면은 어느 정도 렉이 있고 핑이 높아도 다 어느 정도 커버가 돼요. 이제 채널 이동, 대륙 이동할 때는 VPN 키고 해야 하는데 그때는 좀 힘들긴 하죠. 그때는 VPN을 키면서 게임을 해야 하는데 그게 좀 힘들긴 하거든요. 감사합니다 여러분. 감사합니다. 많이 도와주셔서. Need to go to class now. Alright, man. Have fun and I'll see you later. What is rates? The rates are 1 EXP, 1 drop rate. It's an emulation of old school MapleStory, and they keep it true to old school MapleStory. Nice. Getting a lot of items today. Look at all these items I got today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 loot. And I also got a scroll today. I also got a earring for health. 60%. Probably not that expensive, but still, it's something, you know? Good loot today. This is not normal. Just letting you guys know, the drop in this server is really terrible. Is really low. Hey Bombastico, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How could you play Mapleland? I have family in Korea. I have my cousin who helped me, and then I use a VPN. This feels almost slower than the DK. I know, right? Like, I'm telling you, this is one of those spectrum of levels that really feels intense. The rate of EXP gained, even in a party setting, and this is a hurdle for sure, from 51 to 70. And that's why I said in my other video that I made the other day when I was streaming, I talked about how, you know, a lot of people that are gonna play MapleStory Classic for the first time, they're in for an awakening. They're in for an awakening because it's going to be extremely difficult to level. They're gonna feel the grind, right? What other game in today's MMO market is as grindy as MapleStory or old school MapleStory? Some of you guys might say RuneScape, and I probably agree to a certain degree, but I think MapleStory, the old school MapleStory, is way more grindier than RuneScape. Damn, Mapleland is really funny. Why is it funny? Hello, hello. Are most of your viewers Korean? I have a lot of Korean viewers and a lot of Westerner viewers. I think a lot of my viewers, I think it's almost half now. 뭐야, 한국말을 너무 잘하잖아. 한국 사람입니다. 한국말이 편하시면 한국말로 소통하셔도 돼요. 한국말을 할 수 있기 때문에. 파티는 디스코드를 통해서 하면, 디스코드로 파티를 구인해가지고 플레이하는 거기 때문에 디스코드는 한국말을 하면은 문제없이 다 가입하면서 할 수 있죠. 아니다, 이렇게까진 말할 필요 없고 그냥 방송 중입니다 라고 해야. 그래도 오늘 들어와서 61대 들어왔는데 2업이나 하고 가는 게 참 보람찬 하루네요. 빨리 3차를 하고 싶었는데 시프를 용기사를 할 때마다 시프가 생각이 많이 났는데 지금 이벤트 하는 겸 시프 들어가서 3차를 빨리 하고 싶다라는 생각을 그저께부터 하고 있었는데 오늘 들어와서 2업이나 하고 이벤트 끝나기 전까지 3차 하지 않을까 생각합니다. Flank is the GOAT. He gives holy symbol every stream. I know. 플랑크님, 저희 외국인 시청자분들이 굉장히 좋게 봐주시네. 맨날 저랑 같이 붙어 다니시니까 이제 눈에 익나봐요, 사람들이. 플랑크님도 방송 시작해야 되겠는데 이거? 왜 시프를 키우십니까? 시프는 눈물 나는데 그냥 재밌어서 하는 것 같아요. 그렇게 힘들진 않고 재밌으니까 즐기면서 좀 느긋느긋하게 하다 보면 스트레스 받지 않고 좋은 것 같아요. 경쿠는 다 쓰신 거냐? 경쿠는 있는 거 일단 다 썼고 원래 여기 오면서 경험치 쿠폰 받아온 다음에 30분 정도 더 쓰려고 했는데 코인이 하나 남았거든요. 여기 눈꽃 코인이 하나 남았는데 깜빡하고 시청자분들과 소통하느라 잊고 안 가지고 왔어요. 뭐 다음날 쓰면 되기 때문에 7일 동안 방송은 주 6일 하기 때문에 이제 다음에 또 쓸 기회가 있을 테니까 그렇게 신경 쓰지 않고 다음에 쓰면 되니까. 아 근데 방송을 끝내고 할 게 너무 많아요. 영상도 지금 제작할 게 엄청 많이 쌓여 있고 그리고 이거 방송 종료하고 VPN 킨 상태로 이벤트 그 눈꽃 코인 이벤트 있잖아요. 대륙마다 이동해서 해야 하는 거. 그거는 방송에서 하기에는 좀 무리가 있거든요. VPN을 킨 상태로 방송을 하다 보면 방송이 끊기기도 하고 그리고 VPN을 껐다가 켰다가를 반복하는 것도 방송에 무리가 있어서 방송을 다 마치고 다가 한 오후쯤에 지금 여기 미국은 2시 반이거든요. 볼일 좀 보다가 한 저녁쯤에 들어와가지고 눈꽃 코인 이벤트 그 NPC들 도와주는 이벤트 있잖아요. 지금 진행 중인 거. 그거를 다 마무리 시켜놔야 할 것 같아요. Damn, Koreans really don't mess with the bandits that much. At least it seems that way. In GMS, they were pretty respected even though they were mid in damage. Yeah, Koreans they like to conform, and because it's a cultural difference, right? Like it's the same thing. They really think in a communion. Someone said it the best. Whereas the West were very individualistic, and there's pros and cons to each of those cultures. The West is more individualistic, and Koreans are more, they think as a hive. So if the collective mind, if the collective agreement and consensus is that bandits are hard to play, most people don't challenge that status quo or challenge that idea. And it's true, they are more difficult to play. But, from a Westerner's point of view, you challenge, well, why am I playing the game anyway? I'm just playing to have fun and have a good time. And that's also true. But the general consensus is they are hard to play, and they're not the most efficient or meta class. Therefore they're not a good class. It's simple as that. It's really interesting, right? Like, it's really interesting to sit back and observe the two cultures, how we're all humans, but we all think, depending on what region of the earth that we live in and our backgrounds, we think very differently. 코인 하나에 경쿠 몇 개입니까? 코인 하나에 경쿠 2장 주는 것 같던데 30분. 당신은 올빼미족입니까? 올빼미가 뭐죠? 원숭이가 배고파하네. 원숭이 밥 줘야죠. 우리 원숭이도 일 굉장히 열심히 하는데. 아, 어두울 때 활동하냐. 저도 방송 시작하기 전에는 이제 새벽에서 활동하는 걸 굉장히 좋아했는데, 이제 아침 9시부터 방송을 시작하고 난 뒤에는 최대한 한 12시 전에는 하려고 노력을 해요. 근데 이게 아무래도 우리는 습관적인 동물이다 보니까 오랫동안 밤새는 걸 좋아하고 새벽에 활동하는 걸 좋아했었어요. 저도 한동안은 진짜 오랫동안. 근데 아무래도 이제 한 가정의 가장이 되고 방송도 최대한 신경 많이 쓰면서 열심히 하려고 노력하다 보니까 어쩔 수 없이 이제 아침에 한 8시쯤에 일어나야 하니까 아침밥도 먹고 방송 준비하고 뭐 다른 일 볼 것도 있고 하려고 하다 보면 최대한은 12시 정도에 자야. 그리고 또 지금 한참 애기가 어릴 때라 애기가 같이 자거든요. 와이프하고 저하고 애기서 이렇게 셋이서 같이 자는데, 애기가 이제 막 1살이 지난 갓난 애기라 새벽에 많이 일어나고 울고 그래요. 그럼 그때는 또 많이 도와줘야 하고 잠을 제대로 못 잘 때가 많은데, 그러니까 일찍 자려고 노력을 하는 것 같아요. 저는 밤새는 거 굉장히 좋아하거든요. 저도 새벽 활동하는 거 굉장히 좋아하는데 어쩔 수 없죠 뭐. Also, the worst thing about Classic World I've seen was that they changed Savage Blow lines into crisscross. Yeah, I saw that too. I thought that was pretty cool. I mean, I like the straight lines and everything, but the whole crisscross, it just... I don't know, it's different, it's new. English or Korean, which one do you feel more comfortable? At this point in my life, English is a bit more comfortable for me. Which is kind of sad to think about. But, you know, hopefully as I stream and I interact with more Korean viewers, my Korean can get better and improve so I can not feel that way, or at least it gets up to the level of my English. 같이 메련하던 외국인 친구가 있는데 탐 생기고 사라짐. 아이고. What server is that? Classic World? No, this isn't Classic. Classic isn't out yet. This is called Mapleland. It's a KMS server, Korean MapleStory server. This is called Mapleland. Classic isn't out yet, guys. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. No problem. How high is your ping when playing from the US? Does it feel smooth? I will play Classic World from Europe and worried about the ping. I don't think you need to really worry about the ping too much. So technically my ping should be really high right now, and it is, but I do feel the high ping. But most of that high ping is really mitigated, and I don't feel too much of it due to my pet. The only time I feel the high ping is when I have to pick up items or use potions. Anything that I trigger on the character side, so any input that I put in from my character is delayed. But such as like drinking a potion or picking up items. But killing monsters, getting hit from monsters, the damage that gets received is instantaneous. And because MapleStory is one of those games, there's a huge delay in between attacks. So once I get hit, like here for example, I get hit, it takes about like maybe a second in between
in between the damage being in between the damage me getting hit again, in between the damages, and within that second, within that delay of me getting hit, my pet already uses the potion. So there is a slight delay. When I get hit, if I was on the Korean side server, my pet should be eating the potion instantaneously. There's like about a 0.25 second delay or like a 0.5 second delay, which isn't too much, you know? Like you have an iframe in between taking damages, which kind of mitigates the difficulty of playing with high ping, essentially. And everything else is really, I don't feel it as much due to my pet doing everything for me. Where can I get the information about the music now? It really peaceful and good matched with you. I can give you the information about the music once I'm done with the party grinding. I just go to YouTube and type in MapleStory, calm MapleStory music. And there's usually a playlist, a lot of playlists that you can pick from. This is just one of them. I wonder if I can show you guys the video. It would be actually really cute. Essentially what it looks like. Isn't it cute? 북미 쪽에는 아무래도 클레릭이라면 봉사하는 직업이라는 인식이 있나요? 한국에선 돈 버는 직업인데 클레릭이라고 하면 잘 모르겠지만 일단 느낌이 약간 힐러를 좋아하는 사람들, 왜냐면 이 한국 사람들은 클레릭을 하면 돈 버는 직업이라는 인식이 강하긴 한데 미국에서든 클레릭 하는 이유가 나는 힐러가 좋다, 그런 인식이 좀 더 강하기 때문에 파티 사냥이라는 개념도 없고 홀리 심볼을 서비스로 제공하는 그런 개념도 없기 때문에 대부분 비숍을 좋아하는 사람들, 그리고 4차에서 제네시스에 대한 로망이 있는 사람들이 클레릭을 많이 하는 것 같아요, 미국에서는. 귀엽지 않나요? Actually, the notion of clerics being a money-making class is a core identity in the West as well, at least from what I've experienced in private servers. Oh, really? Oh, I guess you're right, because they can sell leech at 4th job advancement, right? 북미에서는 약간 다른 시청자분이 얘기하시기를 그 클레릭의 인식, 북미에서도 그리고 이제 서양권의 사람들한테도 인식이 있는 게 4차를 되면 우리 옛날에 하던 제네 쩔 같은 거 있잖아요. 제네쩔, 제네시스쩔, 그런 거를 많이 하는 것 같더라고요, 외국 사람들도.
It's even more skewed in GMS because of the NLC potions. Oh, yup, the notorious NLC potion. You're right. 우리말로 홀리심볼 서비스 50 이런 식으로 파티를 찾는다. 그런 게 그 뭐냐 프라이빗 서버에서 그렇게 하나요? 사람들이? 요즘 GMS 그러니까 지금 진행되고 있는 GMS에는 그렇게 안 할 텐데. 다 쌀레리기구나. 미국이든 한국이든. 플랑크님 여기서 막심하고 끝내죠. 이제 50분 다 됐는데 51분인데 저도 가서 봐야 할 일이 있기 때문에. 그 북미에서 아르테일 하는 유튜버 영상이 있던데 거기서 프리스트의 5가지 장점이라고 설명하는 영상이 있거든요. 거기서 맨 처음부터 돈 이러는 게 너무 웃기다. 일단 돈이 많이 벌리긴 하죠, 프리스트가. Wait, NLC potions are GMS specific. Did they not exist in KMS? NLC potions, well, let's look at Mapleland for example. I don't think New Leaf City existed in old school MapleStory KMS. New Leaf City just came out in Mapleland recently, and the potions that they sell, the NPCs sell, were fixed. They were essentially changed to not be game breaking. The potions that NLC NPC sold were too OP in GMS, and they altered it a lot. They made a lot of changes to what the NPCs sell, and I think it was to combat or essentially prevent the market of elixirs and power elixirs from crashing. So a lot of potions here in New Leaf City are kind of ignored for the most part. They're great, they're good, but you know, they're not like, I wouldn't go to New Leaf City to purchase potions there, you know? The only thing I would buy is the warrior potions that give me +2 attack on top of the other attack buffs that I have. Like for example, if I get a 12+ weapon attack boost from Rage from a Crusader, I can use the warrior potion to give an additional +2 weapon attack because it stacks. So a lot of people will go and buy that, buy the warrior potion or the mage potion that enhances their damage. But other than that, other potions in New Leaf City, in KMS, well, here in Mapleland, are kind of pointless and useless. 한국어 할 줄 아시나요? 네, 한국어 할 줄 압니다. 빨리 파티 탈퇴하고 정비 좀 한 다음에 오늘 방송은 여기까지 하는 걸로 하겠습니다.
오늘 1시간 정도 더 했는데 원래 하는 것보다. 이런 것들은 다 파는 걸로 하고. 아, 힘이 딸려서 이거 못 쓰는 거 너무 아쉽다. 일단 하급이긴 하지만 정말 멋있거든요. 이런 거 한 번씩 쓰면은, 무기 착용하면은 무기 보는 재미도 있고 쓰는 재미도 있는데 어쩔 수 없이 힘이 딸려서. 와, 근데 25만원이나 하네요. 아니 60짜리 단검이 25만원이나 해요? 왜 이렇게 비싸? So close to assaulter, I know. No more. I leveled twice, almost 3 times. Almost there. Almost there. Alright guys, thanks for tuning in today. This is gonna be it for me today. Good stream today, about 6 hours? A little short of 6 hour stream today. I had a great time with you guys again today. I'll be on tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and hope to see you guys there. We had a lot of good talks, a lot of good combos. It was a pleasure. Thanks for tuning in. Make sure you guys like the video and subscribe. And recently I became a paid partner with YouTube, which unlocked the feature membership. If you want to support my stream and support me as a streamer, consider joining and becoming a member of my stream, which will give you member-specific emote and badge, like Crota here, who's a member. It's a cool little star there. But yeah, thanks for tuning in today. I'll see you guys tomorrow. 오늘 방송 시청해주신 여러분들 굉장히 즐거웠고, 오늘 6시간 조금 안되게 방송을 했는데 이런저런 소통하면서 같이 소통하면서 방송을 해서 너무 즐거웠고, 제가 최근에 유튜버의 그 파트너가 됐는데, 그 파트너십에서 풀린 게, 그 파트너십으로 통해서 할 수 있는 게 이제 채널의 멤버를 하는 거거든요. 여유가 되신다면 멤버도 구독도 해주시고 멤버가 되어 주셔서 같이 방송 즐기면서 방송에 도움이 되고 싶다, 지원을 해주고 싶다 하시는 분들은 멤버십에 가입하셔서 멤버의 특유의 이모티콘과 배지를 달고 같이 소통을 하면 참 좋을 것 같아요. 나중에는 이제 멤버들만을 위한 포스팅이나 조금 더 사적인 얘기들 포스팅으로 통해서 사진도 공유하고 그럴 생각이 있으니까 여유가 되신다면 멤버십 가입해주면 참 좋겠습니다. 내일 저녁 11시 방송 키도록 하고 오늘은 여기까지 하도록 할게요. 그럼 내일 봬요. 바이.